Second stanza. Good evening, members. Welcome you all on behalf of the SIRC. I welcome you all for the CP seminar for the evening on a very interesting topic, areas of information technology and information systems audit practice, which has taken a lot of relevance in the last 2-3 years, especially mainly after the introduction of IFCR, where control testing and so many things have taken relevance. And today all organizations have started moving into ERP from the traditional tallies, and even Tally Prime has also come up with so many controls and so many things. So there are a lot of questions in our mind, whether what is the audit procedures we need to carry on, and what is a control, and what is the scope we have, and all those things. And with this regard, today's webinar for the evening, CP seminar for the evening, is going to be a very interesting topic with one of the most eminent faculty today who is with us for the evening, Deephika S, who is a practicing chartered accountant for the last 10 years, and she has handled a number of assignments involving process reviews, process controls, audit analytics, application controls, ERP implementation support, information technology, general controls, etc. She has taken acumen on handling core banking systems such as SAP R3, SAP Business One, Oracle ERPs, etc., and hands-on experience in analytical tools. And especially these tools are something which is recently very relevant for the audit, especially like Power BI and R language. And she's also a co-opted member of the Digital Accounting and Assurance Committee of SIRC of ICAI. And she's the Joint Secretary of the Women's Committee of the Institute of Internal Auditors, Chennai chapter. And she's also a faculty with SIRC of ICAI for Information Technology Training and Advanced Information Technology Training. She has delivered a lot of lectures in our institute, Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Institute of Internal Auditors, in areas which has become the topmost topic in today's date, such as data analytics, blockchain, information systems and IT audits, audit automation, using analytical tools, MS Excel, effective usage of MS Excel, financial risk analysis, etc., and so many things. I think today, in today's relevance, MS Excel has so many things, and which we have. There are a lot of unexplored areas in MS Excel when it comes to an audit point of view, and especially with languages like Power BI and all. The auditor has so many inputs to put in, and with key audit matters coming into picture from last year onwards, these tools will be very effective for identifying those areas also, and the quantification would be very clear using these analytical tools. And with this, we have a wonderful speaker for the evening. I introduce CA Deephika to the August gathering. Ma'am, over to you for the webinar.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So with no further delay, I'm sharing my screen. We'll go into the session. I hope the screen is visible now.
Yes,
yes, no, sir? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So for today's session, we are going to see different areas of practice in IT and IS audits. So commonly known as system audits. So we have generally say like auditors do system audit and we report to RBI, we report to like different regulators in different aspects. So now today we are going to see different areas which are covered under IS audit. When we say system audit, what all different categories of subsets are there, and how the scope and methodology for audit for each subset is going to be different. So there is no single universal definition for IT or IS audit. So because depending on the context, it is going to change. It's like audit. When we say as an auditor, a chartered accountant, what is he expected to do? Is he a statutory auditor? Is he an internal auditor? Is he a practicing CA? Is he a CA in employment? Like that, there are going to be so many sub-classifications when we say the word auditor. So similarly, then when we say audit, again, there also different categories of audit is going to come. Similarly, IT audit also is a macro level name which we generally assign to any area where an auditor, not essentially a CA, auditor is going to review information technology behind a particular business process or behind a particular vulnerability or risk. So for today's agenda, how I have classified the session is we are going to see first the overview of IT audit areas and the methodology for generic audit procedures in IT audit. After that, we are going to see each area in specific. Let's say data migration audit, how do you do it? How is it done? IT general controls, how is it done? And let's say cyber security review, how is it done? Like that, for each sub classification of IT audit, we are going to see the specific objectives of the engagement and the methodology for execution. So that's how we have designed today's session. And gentle disclaimer that this is not an exhaustive list. There may be different areas also which is available. So for our current discussion, I have taken some 10 areas which are commonly used by CAs in practice. So this list, whichever I have worked on, I'm sharing with you all today. So reference frameworks for ITIS audit is generally best practice frameworks are used. Like for example, we take ISO framework or COSO, or we can take COBIT. So these are all like framework, best practice frameworks or baseline standards as we call them, which we can always use for reference. But apart from that, we want more like from our mother institute, what is the guideline that we have? So we have a separate technical guide on information system audit, which is a very comprehensive document which covers different aspects of IT and IS audits. Then we have from CNAG's office manual for IT audit. So they have also given a very detailed manual of what do you cover in an application audit, what do you cover in an IT general controls audit. So there also we have a very detailed reference given to how an auditor is expected to deliver the IT IS audit. So then we have ITAF standards from ISACA. So that is the basis in which CISA is generally auditing a system. So what is the standards on auditing that is guiding is we don't have a specific standard, but we go for standards on related services 4400 engagement to perform agreed upon procedures, because as I told, there's no specific scope which is predefined in our IT audit. So it is going to depend or change depending on the context of the regulator or the management, whomever we are going to report to. Depending on that, the scope of the engagement is going to be different. So we cannot have like fixed way of delivering it. So it will be agreed upon procedures. So this is like a wide overview of business areas where IT audit will be used and what will be the nature of engagement. So this is the areas which I am given from CA point of view, like a chartered accountant point of view, what all ITIS audit areas we can do. One is core IT operations review, like how we have core business processes, like procurement as a function. We have payroll as a function. Similarly, IT operations is also a function, like managing an application, managing a ERP. So that function, the IT department of a organization, what type of business process they are having and what type of controls they need to have to ensure the systems are working fine. So IT operations review is one major area of engagement where IT or IS audit is used. Then we have cyber security audit. So this is the place where we call it VAPT, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. See, actually, I'm giving an overview here. We'll be going into detailed areas in slides to come. So vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. So here what we are doing is how secure is our IT environment, like how secure is our firewall. We try to do a ethical hacking, like we try to stimulate a scenario. If this system is vulnerable, if a particular hacker is trying to intrude into my system, what all he will do. Ethical hacking is a manner in which actually I try to be like a hacker and do with management permission hacking. So I try to do vulnerability assessment. So basically it's called as VAPT or ethical hacking. But what am I doing? I'm trying to put myself into shoes of hacker and see what all vulnerabilities are there in the organization. Is there my organization safe? So is there adequate controls to ensure that a hacker or a third party who's trying to gain unauthorized access to my system is blocked? So that is my second area. Then we have regulatory compliance reviews. So we have different regulators, RBI, SEBI, NHB guidelines, then we have IDRBT, IERDA. So all these people have given different system audit requirements based on different circulars and notifications, and some even in the Act, like Companies Act have sections which deal with IT requirement, backup requirement, system requirement. So like that, we have regulatory compliance which is required. So RBI has different IS audit circulars where it has defined a scope which the organization should follow and what the IS auditor should audit. So even SEBI's guidelines are like that. So SEBI has multiple notifications, like for depository participant, for share broker, for insurance company, for normal company, like that they have different circulars dealing with different requirements of IS audit depending on the nature of industry they belong to. Then now with a lot of startup culture and fintech companies, regtech, so many different technology driven business models, valuation of IPR depending on the technology which is used is also a booming field, where the auditor is engaged to review the application, review the technology of the product. So recently there was a notification last week by RBI on accounts aggregator, where that's another new business model where all banks should share data to a common repository, and that will be used for overall credit worthy analysis of the borrower. So different technologies are coming up for different aspects. And this technologies, so that is a regulated technology, but apart from that we have loan engines, credit engines, then we have so many different applications where actually the business valuation of the product, where we used to call the brand value which the company is bringing as a lineage, now becomes a technology. So there how we are assessing the technology, so that is also an area of system audit. So apart from that, we have assurance compliance, which is like bread and butter. It can be for Companies Act, it can be for any other normal act, where any audit report you give, you want to ensure that the company's books are aligned to whatever financial reports we are signing. So there we are doing for SOX. If the company is listed outside India, we have SOX testing, ICFR. Then for India, we have IFC. So IT general controls is forming part of IFC. So internal financial controls, when we say the subset of one of the subset of internal financial controls is going to be information technology general controls, where without technology controls, implementing financial controls is going to be tough. So it is very important. If ITGC fails, IFC itself will fail. So IT general controls is a major area of review. So maximum of the audit firms are now actually engaged in this area of audit, that is IT general controls. So IT general controls is like the key area where almost all auditors are now currently working on this type of engagements. So this also is a very key area. Cybersecurity is also very, very key area. Because there are a lot of regulatory requirements. So all these regulators are talking about cybersecurity also, apart from normal system audit. So both are generally, if you take like up to circulars which had come till like 2020, IS audit and cybersecurity were seen as separate areas of practice and separate areas of review. But if you see now current requirements, all the banks and listed companies, all the RFPs, request for proposals, include cybersecurity and ITGC together only. They're not splitting normal regulatory system audit compliance with cybersecurity. So this is also a very key area which is there now, like booming for audit is cybersecurity. Then ITGC is like for every statutory audit, ITGC requirement is there. Any statutory audit you do, ITGC goes along with it. If section 143 IFC is applicable for any company, ITGC also is applicable for that company. So that is like goes hand in hand. So this area of audit, core IT operations review, application and ERP remediation, all this will be more of management functions. Like if you're doing internal audit, IA, then this will become like forming part of IA. Let's say the company has 5 applications. So when you are doing procurement function this quarter in your internal audit, you will review the application used for that procurement function. Next quarter, let's say you are doing payroll function, the application used for payroll function also you are going to review. So the mostly it goes along with IA, or it can be a separate ERP evaluation, post implementation review, or data migration review. It can be a separate review engagement which is there, but mostly these are management functions. Like these are, the report goes only to the management, may not be regulatorily required. So this is also a very interesting area. Actually, this is a very interesting area to work on. So this is like wide overview I have given. So we'll go into different areas, and we'll also understand why this is required, and what is the overall risk and controls that we have to evaluate when we are going for a IT IS audit. So any basic objective of any IT architecture or application or any IT product is, it should align with business goal. Without tagging business goal, there cannot be a IT goal separately. Like I can say I came up with the best credit risk model for identifying a customer. Okay, identifying a customer who will pay back my loan. I am doing a loan engine with credit risk assessment, a loan engine with credit risk assessment. The objective is not a product or IT application. The objective is finance business. So similarly, any technology company you take, it will be business goal that is driving the technology which is required. That's why depending on the business requirement, technology keeps upgrading and upgrading and upgrading. So IT goals should be aligned with business functions. This is the most important area. So we have one area of system audit called as gap testing. Okay, so the objective of gap testing is whether my business objectives and IT objectives are aligned. So many organizations, what happens is the company is so much aligned to working outside the computers that even if you put an ERP, it is like double work for my employees to put one entry in the system also and maintain an Excel sheet also. So if such things are happening, it is a big business gap actually. So it is creating redundancy. Maybe in that company, system itself is not required. Maybe in the manual process itself, there's so much of learning curve and controls that even without the system, the business objectives are achieved. So just for the sake of investing in a technology, just to say that I am also in an SAP environment, the company, some companies are going for that reason also, but that is not going to actually have optimal solution. It is going to decrease efficiency and effectiveness of the employees and the stakeholders in large, apart from the cost that is involved also. So the most important aspect is business goals and IT goals should be aligned to enterprise strategy. So we have to call here enterprise strategy because all the stakeholders needs should be met here. So what all areas of business goals are going to happen? Depending on the enterprise goals, business goals will be defined. Based on the business goals, IT goals for that business is defined. So let's say business requirement is I'm going to do a finance company. Okay, so what is the governance requirement? I need controls, I need transparency, I need to have a system where my employees are not able to cheat something or create ghost when customers. So all that is governance requirement. Based on that, what type of information services I require, I need to define this. And based on that criteria, now I have to develop IT processes, identify products, buy applications or build applications, recruit people, and equip my organization with adequate infrastructure. And then I start entering my data into that system. So this is very important. So without this business goals being first defined, defining this will be like impossible. So always business goals come first for IT. So why we are seeing this now is any system audit requirement we do, it cannot be done without understanding business operations. So operational risk assessment, when we say, we want to see like how we are defining whether the company is having going concern, whether the company is having future profitability, whether the company is having positive cash flow, or how all these are very important as a statutory auditor. Similarly, identifying the objectives of business operations and how the business operations are working, implemented, what type of risk it has and what type of controls are required. Without assessing that, no system audit can be done. Any audit for that matter, even ERP remediation, or let's say IT general controls. Even for IT general controls, operational risk assessment is like very, very crucial. So it's like our normal audit only, where we need to understand, and know the knowledge of client's business. So without knowledge of client business and the operations, no system audit can be done. And one more thing is that whether system audit is too technical for a CA to be done. So this is like burning question with so many people have asked. So like to me itself, I have had so many questions like how you learn system audit. So simple answer for me is system audit is like a cakewalk for a CA, because CA has so much of rational thinking, skepticism, and common sense because of their wide experience, which they get from their articleship days itself. Leave alone the reporting requirements, the case laws, or the valuation standards, calculations, tallying balance sheet. All these are complex things actually. But if you take system audit, it is not complex at all. It is like nothing more than common sense. It is just simple, straightforward, understanding business, understanding an application, identifying whether business needs are met by this application, whether adequate controls are there for the risks that the business is having. So there's nothing more than rational thinking and common sense, which an auditor should know to do an system audit. So here we are not in any of the system audit, any category of system audit, we are not going to learn any complex coding, data architecture, database architecture. These are all actually core programmers, software development people are only doing that. So as IT auditors, we are actually coming to the WIP product or end product. We may support in pre-implementation also. It's like as a auditor, we may have a assurance function where we want to ensure that before an application goes live, you want to look at WIP product and see whether it is working well or not. So there also we may work with the WIP product or end product. So once it comes to end product, it's only rational thinking that is required, which actually auditors have. Like auditors are the best people, CAs are the best people to have like good common sense and good rational thinking because of the wide experience, their audit experience, seeing different industries, different people, different frauds that we come across in the audit and all that. So it is not at all too technical to handle. It is like simple, straightforward. The only thing is open-mindedness is required, because here again it is a pure audit function. It is not going to deal with any numbers directly. It's not going to deal with numbers directly, apart from the cost benefit analysis if we do something, or value for money we do some review, and it's going to be for the management. Mostly it will be like operational risk assessment. It's going to be business risk evaluation. We can say business risk evaluation. So here also we will follow frameworks, but the frameworks are going to be like our auditing standards, not like our accounting standards. Auditing standards are much more simpler, right? Where we are having straightforward process flow, and what are the controls we need to keep, what are the documentations we need to maintain. So similar to standards on auditing only, we are going to have the frameworks, whatever framework we are talking about, the ISACA standards, or IAEA has GTAC standards, then we have COBIT, COSO, all are actually frameworks, reference framework, which are talking about only the process of executing the assignment. It does not have any complex provisioning system or parameters like we have in accounting standards and Ind AS or IFRS. So we'll move on to the next area, where now that's what it's actually a continuation to this area, where we are talking about IT resources, IT processes, and organizational objectives are required to be mapped. So depending on organizational objectives only, IT resources are planned. Depending on IT resources, IT processes are planned. Depending on IT processes and IT resources, organization objectives are met. So this is like a triad where we have IT resources. This will be my infrastructure, IT infrastructure and people. It will be infra and people. So this will be like what type of server I want. Do I want a cloud server, in-house server, software as a service, or a platform as a service? Whether I need a let's say, do I need a firewall? Do I need antivirus? Do I need CTO in my organization? So regulatory roles are there. It's like CIO and CISO are regulatory roles where RBI, IRDA, regulated entities are required to have. But apart from those companies also, they go for these regulated designations, what type of hierarchy I need to have. So all that infrastructure plus people planning comes under my IT resources. And this directly depends on my IT budget, which is allocated along with business budget. Then for this, I will have IT processes. So what type of processes I'll have? Let's take the function procurement. So in procurement, now I'm defining first process should be to identify purchase requirement. After identifying purchase requirement, excuse me, after identifying purchase requirement, I need to go for identifying vendors. After identifying vendors, I will release purchase order. After I release purchase order, I'll do something like that. I am defining a process to ensure that there is a hassle-free movement of that objective, like procurement objective, where the process is having adequate controls in place. So even though I'm in a decentralized environment, I don't have direct monitoring of management or management, the process will guide the business operation, and my procurement function will keep happening with minimum risk. I'll not say there is no risk. No risk can be 100% mitigated. There will be risk, but in a controlled environment. So in a decentralized structure with minimum monitoring, with the controls inbuilt in the process, I will be able to have my business function that is running. So similarly for IT resources also, we will have IT processes. So you need to take backup of the system. So that is a control to ensure even if someone unknowingly deletes something, I have a written copy of my data so that anytime I require, I'm able to boot back my system to original form. So backup is a process. It's an IT process. So for this process, I'll define a procedure, and I will ensure that controls are inbuilt in the procedure to ensure the risk is at minimum. So every day, first I have to identify delegation of powers. Every day, who is going to do it? Who is going to review it? Where he is going to save it? How it is documented? So who is testing that backup which is taken is proper? That is also important. So you take backup and keep, but if it's not working, okay. So recently it happened. I had to format my phone. I thought all my backup is there in cloud, and I rebooted my phone and WhatsApp backup. I tried to take the backup and rerun it, and I don't know on what basis the backup got rebooted. Random 3,500 photos came with no chat history, with no documents, only photos. Some 3,000 random photos came. So I don't know in what process it came, but still, what is critical here is taking backup is one thing, scheduling backup is one thing, testing whether all the required documents are backed up, and testing, recovery testing is also important. That is, I'm able to retrieve or recover the documents at a point in time when there is need. So all this should be coming as part of my backup process itself. So backup is a business function. Backup process will have sufficient controls, sufficient delegation of powers to ensure that my risks are minimized. So similarly, for every IT function, it can be IT asset procurement, it can be backup, it can be a change management. Let's say I need to replace drives, replace laptops. How am I going to do? So all this is going to be a very, very critical function that we need to understand. Okay, so like this, auditing different business process around IT is going to be like our key functionality. Like as an IS auditor, that is going to be our functionality. So let's say first time when we audited procurement, now we know procurement as a process, payroll as a process by heart, end to end. Why? Because we have done it for 100 clients, 100 different times, 100 different ways. So we know in and out. As soon as we see a procurement process, we'll be able to tell this process in this company is risky, and if I do further audit procedures here, I will be able to find more exceptions or more fraud or errors, right? Similarly, now it is important for us to understand IT business processes also. So these are not very old like our normal business functions, because these are all little recently evolved. So mostly it's only like software companies which were following these processes previously. Okay, and we were the organizations were only using that, okay, to minimal requirement. But now it's not like that. Every company is having their own IT team. So recently we audited one NBFC which has only 250 crore portfolio. So it is actually pretty small. It's not very large, right? 250 crores means it's like not systemically important also. They have a ERP, small ERP bespoke system, which is built by 4 people who are there in their organization's IT team. So even small companies now, depending on the budgets they have and depending on the IT resources they have, they are able to do their own products, own processes. So now it is very essential, not just for software companies to follow IT processes, but also for all the companies who are using IT to follow IT processes. So now from where we are taking this best practice frameworks? So we are taking these mainly from ISO only. If you take more than 90% of the organizations having their IT team will have their processes which are aligned to ISO 27001. So it is ISMS, Information Security Management System. So ISMS is what is used. So there they talk about each and every IT process in detail, from firewall management to change management, procurement, backups, recovery testing, disaster recovery testing, business continuity management. So like that, almost all the processes are covered there. So mostly they follow that, and few organizations follow COBIT ITIL also. So what is the key here is we have to understand IT processes. So we have to identify first IT functions, what all IT functions are there. Then for each IT function, what is the best practice process and what is the process implemented by the organization. So just aligning this best practice to what is there in the organization, and then also applying a rational thinking and of risk management. What is the risk if this is not there? Okay, how effective is this control? So these are all like the parameters basis which we are going to do our IT audit. So overall objective of any IT audit, okay, so any IT audit is going to be CIA. So this we would have learned like so many times from our SADP or ITI, what is that, ISCA paper, ITSM paper, everywhere we would have learned this CIA, that is confidentiality, integrity, availability. So any IT system, it can be a software migration, it can be ERP, it can be cyber security, we will be working with these 3 objectives only. So the scope of the audit or the objective of the audit is to ensure that the organization's data management system or information system or information technology is ensuring confidentiality of data, integrity of data, availability of data. So what all should be ensured when we are checking for integrity? So integrity should be in storage level, transit level, process level. So generally we will see process level. That is, if I am entering a journal entry in a ERP, who has rights to edit it? Okay, after it is posted, can I edit it? Can someone go and change it? So these are the things which we generally see. But now with increased technological advances, we have to see integrity of data in storage. Storage means at database level. Okay, someone, do they have access to backend? Will there be someone who is able to modify the data in backend, which the management is not knowing, or which the employee is not knowing, but management is changing at the backend? Is it possible? So this will be like front end process review we are doing as auditors. Generally itself already we would be doing this. In storages at backend level, in database level, what is possible. Then in transit is when data is in movement. So here only we are talking about cybersecurity or VAPT. So let's say I'm sending a mail. What is the risk that someone is hijacking my mail, or someone is eavesdropping my conversation? What is the what to say risk that there's a man in the middle attack? That is, you log in, you created, like you logged into your SAP from your browser, you put your password, authenticated the account, but someone hijacked the session you authenticated and they are taking control of it. Then there is a cyber security risk. So three areas which we have to ensure data integrity will be: one is application controls. So in process, that is transaction processing system. Here we will be seeing what is called as application controls. In transit, we will be doing VAPT, that is to ensure that there's adequate controls in the data whenever I'm using cloud or public internet. Then in storage, that is in DB level, what is the control in who is managing the database, how the database is managed. Okay, so next is confidentiality. So here it is two levels of confidentiality I have to protect. One is going to be from people, the next is actually data. So data already we discussed here. So from people, what all I have to protect: unauthorized access, unauthorized use, unauthorized disclosure. Who should have access to what data is first aspect. If I have access to data also, what I have to do? That's where our NDA plays a role. Like we give all the data of the client to the article student or my employee, but what they can do with the data is limited to the organization's objective, not to the employee's objective. How we are implementing it? Through a non-disclosure agreement. So we tell them these are the things you can use for, you cannot do this, you cannot publish this report in LinkedIn, you have to keep it only in our office server. All these are like very basic things, but still we have to ensure that there is no unauthorized use of data which is we made available to a authorized user. So that is a very important aspect. Then disclosure of information. So confidential information, whom, what, to what level you want to disclose. So next, availability of information. Here we have this backup as the major parameter. That is, if something goes wrong, or if a particular data I'm trying to access, what type of controls I should have to ensure that I'm able to access that data. Okay, that what type of controls I have to ensure that I can access the data. So it should not be like when I'm trying to open a mail, my Outlook crashes. When I'm trying to open a file, I'm not having internet. When I'm trying to access my virtual cloud, my user ID is not validated. So all these are actually hindering my system availability. So here we actually assess this based on the system's robustness. So what is the performance level, how it is authorizing access, what is the backup policy I'm having, how I'm ensuring that there is no data loss in the process. So here one more thing is the redundancy. So this redundancy will come in higher secure environments like banking or insurance or any public facing systems like e-commerce. Their redundancy is very, very important, because let's say my fallback time. Okay, so for me to make my, like if there's a crash or if there's a incident that is happening because of which I need to take from my backup and restore data and make my systems available to the user. Let's say this process is going to take 1 hour, or let's say this process is going to take 2 hours. So this is fine if my application is in-house and my employees are all in-house. But whenever I'm going to have customer facing applications, customer facing systems, it is very, very important for me to ensure that I have redundancy, that is immediate fallback procedure. Like 1 second this is falling means without any gap, that system should take over and provide service. So generally what they will be doing is they'll have redundant systems which are in place. Like instead of having one server, I'll have 3 servers. So what I'll do is, instead of getting the server from like service from one server alone, I will split it into 2 servers and I'll make the service come from 2 servers. So either one server fails, it will go switch back to the 3rd server and from there it will give the data. It's like our UPS line. Okay, as soon as current drops, UPS should pick, instead of someone going and having to start the generator, putting diesel, all that should not be there. already the system should be there in such a way that if electricity is failing, generator should work. So that is redundancy. So this will be the overall IT objectives for any audit engagement we are going to do. And this is going to be the, I'll say this is the primary, this is the business process, this is the business process, and second slide is the business objective. So these two are like common for all the practice areas which we are going to see. So what is the audit process? You will not be surprised, but the process is going to be same like how we are going to do normal audit function. Like first we have to know the business function of the organization. We have to know what all is the scope, what all systems are available, and how we are going to audit that system. So then we have to document the objectives and scope, identify resources for audit, identify team plan, then have a kickoff meeting. Then we'll have like what are the areas to be covered. So the audit process is going to be very, very similar. So first preliminary audit work is process study. So we do process walkthroughs for a normal audit, right? For our internal audit or statutory audit, we do process walkthroughs. So in the process walkthroughs, we will try to understand systems, process, control, and risks. So for each process, we will be identifying the controls in place and the risk which it is trying to mitigate. So depending on this documentation which we are doing for business process understanding or business walkthrough, after that we will check whether these controls are effective or not. So this is what we call as OE testing, operational effectiveness testing, OE testing. So depending on OE testing, we have to decide whether we want to rely on the controls or not. So we test the controls for OE testing. It can be on sample basis, or it can be control that you are evaluating. If the control evaluation is passing, okay, then you limit substantive audit procedure. Directly you will go to reporting and evaluation. If you are not relying on the control, okay, test of control failed, then you will do extended substantive audit procedures, then evaluate evidence using CAT tool, and then you will exit conferences, basically our closure meeting, prepare report, and we will close. Okay, so now why both test of control and evaluation of evidence, this is substantive audit procedure using CAT is required. See, here they are telling limited substantive testing, here we are telling extended substantive testing. Why is that? So it is again like, even though we say control is automated, okay, I'll just give you a simple example. Let's take an example of an let's say cut-off procedures or attendance system. Let's take an example of an attendance system. You are having a biometric attendance system. So it has leave ratification policy. Let's say an attendance system is having leave ratification process. So let's say you have missed attendance for today. Okay, today is 9th of September. Till 26th is going to be my payroll cutoff date. So today I have not punched in attendance for my from my application. So let's say it's a biometric or a mobile app. Somewhere I have to punch in mobile attendance, but I have not done it. So what will happen? This will go as loss of pay by default. So I have a ratification process that before 26th, if you are able to ratify this process and your senior or supervisor is approving this attendance, then this loss of pay will be reversed and you are able to get the salary for this month itself. Let's say this entire month you have not put attendance, it will go to next month carry forward. So this month it would have been loss of pay. Next month or in the month you are ratifying this attendance, it will go as loss of pay reversal. Okay, this process is clear, right? So this today I am missing attendance. By this month I can ratify the attendance, so it will go as normal attendance itself. If I am not ratifying the attendance this month, in the month of ratification, it will go as loss of pay reversal. It will not go like pay days will not change. It will be LOP reversal. Okay. So I have a policy that my LOP reversal can happen only transaction month plus 1 month. So September month payroll means my LOP reversal can happen by October. Okay. So today you are auditing this. This is the policy that the organization is having. Today we are auditing it. So when we are auditing it today, what we will do? We will try to, let's say it's an automated control. System will not allow if a user is trying to put LOP reversal, okay, or who is trying to ratify attendance of an missed punch 2 months back. System will not allow. So they have given you a login, you are trying to key in some dummy data, okay, you are trying to see whether ratification it is allowing if I put a previous day or a day which is more than previous month date, okay, but it is not allowing. So your control testing is fine. So you will put in your report that the control is implemented, it is working, and it's an automated control. But we have to now understand here, whatever we tested now and identified that it is working properly is point in time. Okay, that is point in time means it is for today in the login you used. But let's say there are more than 100 roles defined in that payroll application, or let's say 50 roles defined in the payroll application. We have to ensure that 50 roles this control is implemented, like all the 50 roles this control is implemented. Only if all the 50 roles this control is implemented, we will be able to ensure that at this point of time this control is valid. Okay, still even if I check for all 50 roles, it is what it is point in time control testing. Now let's say my audit period is for the month or audit period is quarter. Okay, you need to audit like Q2. Now we are in Q2, right? July, August, September. So now how will I ensure that all 3 months this point in control was effective? You cannot execute this audit test for a previous day, right? So it becomes mandatory to do substantive audit procedure by sampling or data analytics. It can be either. It can be either, but substantive audit procedure becomes mandatory whenever we want to do point, not point in time, but point of time. Like I want to do for an audit period, but not for a particular point in time. So I want to now see whether for the entire period, no one has got salary, okay, or loss of pay reversal for a leave which they had taken 2 months before. So that will be objective of an audit test, which I do basis substantive audit procedure and data analytics. So though my objective of the assignment is payroll review, the scope of the engagement is review of payroll application. So what we are talking about here is system audit, okay, and system audit requires test of control, risk assessment, and control review. But we have to do substantive audit procedure on the data to ensure that for the entire duration or entire audit period, we are having adequate controls in place, and this control was fully effective for all 3 months. So the risk here is only one thing. What if only today when you came, he has enabled this control? What if he has not enabled this control yesterday? What if the IT had not enabled this control 1 month back? What if I have 50 roles and only for 20 roles this control is there? That is for very low level employees alone, this control is there. They cannot punch in old attendance. From manager and above, for everyone, they have given policy non-compliance where they can punch in attendance for ratify attendance for old data also. So like this, we have to keep evaluating the risk. For each risk test of control, we cannot do for the whole period. It can be done only for point in time, because of which substantive audit procedure becomes like key important aspect of system review. So though we talk about system audit application review, here we are doing substantive audit procedure, which is like a very relevant normal audit procedure, but only then we'll be able to get comfort over the processes that are implemented in the organization. So what will be the alternate audit test? Let's say you are not able to take all the data and do substantive audit procedure. You want to test it with system itself. It's a system audit, right? You don't want to do data analysis. You don't want to take data dumps and review. Can I review the same in the system itself? Yes, you can do that also. For that, we will have alternate audit procedure. What you'll do is, let's say this is the payroll application. So in the payroll application, somewhere he is going to configure this control, right? For this date control. That is, you cannot put attendance for a date. Okay, you cannot put a ratification request of attendance for a date which is more than 30 days. So that control will be configured somewhere in the payroll application. Let's say all these menus are available for admin module. where I'll have configuration screen for every workflow control. Okay, I'll be having base configurations screens. Okay, so I have to go and see configuration screen and configuration logs for all the changes that has been done in the system for the past 3 months, for what I have to review for the changes. So if I go to the admin module, so user login will not have this. User will have access only to the end product. So the end product is what? The end product is going to be my application. So here I can give you example like, let's say Tally. Okay, the user who is going to make entry, journal entry, will have access only to the voucher screen. Okay, but if you are an admin, then you will have access to F11 features, F12 configure, you will have access to enable PO screen, enable budgets, enable cost center. All that will come only for super user login. Okay, if you are a plain user who is going to do data entry, okay, or data operator, for him all that will not come, right? So admin module will have certain controls where you can change a business process and implement a control. All that will be available in admin module to some extent. Not all configurations are hard coded. More than 80% of the configurations available inbuilt and will be available for the admin module. So I can go for the payroll admin module, see what type of configuration logs they have for workflow automation. Then we'll see for changes, and then see for the entire period whether this control was there. So whether he had enabled this control for only for audit purpose for you, or it is there already and all the employees are following this or not. So like that we'll have multiple audit procedures. So for this example, we have discussed two ways in which we can execute this audit objective, but there could be other ways also. Like you can do interviews with multiple employees, you can do some live testing with some employee, you can sit with him and see how he does attendance. So like that you can do test of control in different ways. You can do mystery shopping for some product in different organization, whether this control is really available in the system or not. So there can be different audit procedures we can execute, but mostly used parameter is this only. You test for controls from front end. Why this is there is because application controls are directly easily available for us to audit. But if you want to do database level, backend level, admin logs, admin control, configuration screens and all, generally organization will be little reluctant to give such data to an external auditor. If you are as part of the internal IS audit team, like many of the large organizations have, then it is fine. We can do this part. But I am not part of the internal audit team or IS audit team of an organization. I'm a third party, external, independent system auditor. Then I will be given only application controls scope and application controls access. Okay, because of which actually I will go by this method only. So this will be method 1, most opted method. This will be method 2. If I'm given this opportunity, scope, screens and all, I will be able to do that. So since I'll be a third party external independent auditor, I will be evaluating controls through the application. Okay, I will be taking data out and evaluate whether the controls, whatever I tested, is aligning. Okay, the data is also aligning to the controls which I tested, and then I will evaluate the observation and report it. Okay, so this is going to be an audit process flow. So if you see whatever we discussed now, it is just exactly the same process which we do for a procurement audit or a stock audit or a statutory audit or an internal audit. So the only aspect is we are going to see how it is done inside the system also. That is white box testing we are doing. If but plainly internal audit, you can do it either white box or you can do it black box. That is, you can do it inside the system or outside the system. But in system audits or ITIS audits, always you're going to do it white box. There is no black box concept here. So that will be the only aspect which is changing. So what are the different regulations that are required for doing these audits? So it will be purely dependent on the scope, because as we discussed already, it is going to be agreed upon procedures. So Companies Act is the first foremost requirement. So Companies Act has various requirements, like for example, that server should be in India. So that is one main reason why only then they'll be able to seize the asset, only then they'll be able to what to say, take over the property, or main reason is for them to have control. They want the servers to be located mandatorily in India. Okay. So next they want data backups to be stored in a particular period. Okay, I think 8 years you have to have the data which is saved in the original form it was created. So they are talking about availability of data as well as integrity of data. Okay, so data backups and business continuity is like a primary requirement of Companies Act. So then we also talk about Audit Trail, which is to come from 1st April 2022, where they are saying like you should have time, date of person who's capturing that application, if it was modified, who modified it, and are there entries which are deleted. If there is a deleted, then it is mandatory for the organization to maintain logs of deleted transactions. So like that they have given various requirements for what all controls the organization should have to ensure data integrity. So Audit Trail, though they have given separate notification, it is already part of data integrity. Now they are elaborating by giving specific requirements that this thing mandatorily you need to comply. Okay. So then we have RBI regulations on NBFC audits. So here IT governance framework for NBFC is given, and there is also a notification which talks about IT gap analysis, which mandatorily every NBFC have to do. So whenever we talk about gap analysis in IT, we are talking about alignment of business functions with IT functions. So is my business process and my IT process doing running parallelly or perpendicularly? So we want to ensure that it runs um, hand in hand, where both are codependent and give proper output. So here actually this notification, the RBI specifically talks about returns. Like for example, in Companies Act, in tax audit report, statutory audit report and all, we say something, right? Books are in alignment with uh, audit report, or books are in alignment with financial statements. So we are ensuring that data extracted is coming from the books of accounts only. So similarly, RBI is telling that whatever Cosmos return they are submitting, so they want those returns to come directly from the ERP used by the NBFC. So the data generated for submission of these returns should directly align with the data which is generated from the ERP. So that is a specific IT requirement they are saying. So you should have data required for my returns in that particular format to ensure integrity of data submitted by you in your annual compliances or periodic compliances. Depending on the category of NBFC, you have different compliances. So like that, they are talking about specific areas for IT. So then we have for banks. So for banks also, we have specific IT framework and IT security framework, where we talk about best practices, framework, cyber frauds, what should be done. It's a very, very comprehensive guideline. I think it's a 150-page guideline where we talk about how or if a bank is going to develop a product, what type of environment it should develop in, what type of controls it should have. Should it have a testing environment? Should it have a production environment? What type of security it should have? Like that, it has like a detailed manual. It's a manual more than a guideline. I can say it's a manual of how it should be done. Then SEBI has guidelines, IRDA has guidelines. Then we have IT Act. See, actually, we say that India does not have a privacy law still. We are talking about that India is having private but actually IT Act itself controls like maximum of the requirements of data security, then the digital storage of information. Then it also talks about lot of penalty and penal provisions for non-compliances. So if you see, actually this data privacy related points are already covered in IT Act 2000. Actually IT Act 2000 amended 2008 2010. So here itself we are talking about what are personal identifiable information, bank accounts, how you should save, biometric information if you capture, how you should save. You should have consent of the person before you capture any data of the person. So all these parameters are already there in IT Act, but I don't know why. Actually, it is forming part of the rules. So IT Act has multiple rules which are attached to the Act. So each rule talks about specific area of how they should maintain data, but rules does not directly relate to any of the penal provision sections. So what is happening is, since there's no reference to penal provision sections, we are not taking it as a mandatory compliance, and we are leaving it as an optional. So, and apart from that, IT Act rules also says that wherever these rules are not adequately mentioned, you have to follow ISO 27001. So indirectly, IT Act says whatever ISO 27001 best practice is there, you should follow in your organization. So, but since there's no penal or regulatory impact, currently no one is taking that act very seriously. But yes, India has a lot of controls which are implemented through that act, and now actually they're talking about a separate data privacy law. So I mostly will come by next year, I think. So this year also there was a bill on privacy law, as well as a bill on digital currency. So India is talking about a digital currency more than a cryptocurrency. So it's like a digital version of the fiat money itself. Instead of a hashing, blockchain, and cryptocurrency, RBI wants to come up with a digital currency. So then we have Sarbanes-Oxley's Act. So there also, that's more like IT general controls requirement. Similar to our Companies Act requirement, we have the SOX requirement, which is applicable for foreign listed companies. So these are our best practice frameworks, which are talking about internal controls. So COSO is one. So COSO talks about, one of the principle of COSO talks about IT general controls. The controls organization should have for IT GC. Okay. So COBIT is most popular because COBIT totally deals only with information technology related controls. So this is going to be like by default, any IT audit we do, COBIT will be the best practice framework which we need to follow. Okay, just a moment. Sorry, apologies for the disturbance. So after that, we have ISO 27001. We already discussed much, and then we have Pci Dss. So wherever any company is onboarded a payment and settlement gateway, so whatever card information we are capturing of our end customer, it should not be saved in the organization's website or portal or any cache memory, nowhere. Okay, so if they are going to save it in cache or in memory, what all controls they should have for that? So all those related points are covered in Pci Dss. So actually all these are practice areas also. So whatever we are discussing here, so regulatory requirement based and best practice framework based controls, wherever they are telling like IS audit is required or IT best practice is required, this is the first practice area for us, because there's a regulation which is going to say that this practice is going, like this requires a person to do this particular audit. So this is the first area of practice for us. So Companies Act requirement, we do IT general controls audit. IT general controls audit we do as per Companies Act requirement. So that is like first and foremost. Next we have RBI related audits. So wherever if you are auditing a NBFC or a bank, mandatorily there will be a system audit. It's a yearly function, annual assessment is there, gap analysis is there, remediation is there. So this is the mandatory, any company, any NBFC or any bank, these audits are like mandatory. Then you audit any company where we have SEBI guidelines. So actually for plain listed company, we have only governance framework. Okay, so IT is covered as part of governance framework, but specifically for stockbrokers, depository participants, mutual funds, for them only we have like specific IT audit framework. So here this is also an area of practice where we actually take a regulatory framework, whatever is the scope which is given in the regulatory framework will be the agreed upon procedures basis which we are executing that engagement for the organization. The only thing whenever we are doing for a regulatory requirement is our stakeholder to whom we are reporting this is going to be RBI or SEBI. instead of the organization. But all other areas which you are going to see for IT area, like IT audit area, mostly the we'll be reporting only to the management. Okay, so this is the major areas where we require regulatory certifications. So actually both in RBI and SEBI, DSA is allowed to sign assurance function, is allowed to do the assurance function. So DSA is mandatory. So they include DSA, CISA, CISSP. So these are different certifications which are empowering a person to act as a IT auditor. So RBI and SEBI accepts DSA as the qualification for doing system audit. So Companies Act ITGC does not require any certification per se, but it's a audit which we do as part of a normal statutory audit itself. So IRDA also DSA is sufficient. IT, this also as a part of statutory audit itself we have to do, because it's a statute which is governed by like applicable other laws and regulations. In that it will come. So SOX, if we are doing, then we have to report to the organization only. This is also like as part of SA only. So this is part of SA, this is part of SA, and Companies Act is part of SA, and all the other three, it's a DSA is required to, minimum DSA is required to execute this assurance function. So whenever there's a statutory regulatory requirement, it is like first and the easiest way through which we can start a system audit or a system audit practice. So second area is best practice frameworks. So the organization is following something. You want to ensure that they are aligning to a particular standard. They are complying with baseline requirements. So then the organization can actually follow one of the either of the best practice frameworks to ensure or to showcase that they have best business processes in place. Okay, so actually COSO and COBIT can also be, we can also certify under that. Okay, they have COSO certification and COBIT certification, but these two are like became like baseline standards. Like for example, anyone, because it's both are like open for adoption. It is not coming under any regulation or any other this thing. This is more like it's a most popular framework where you can just adopt the standard and ensure that your organization is aligning to best practices. So here some organizations, actually very few organizations get certified, all others they just adopt the standards. Okay, but the other two, ISO and PCI DSS, this requires certification, mandatory. Plain adoption will not work. Here actually we need to get certified. So here what is the role of CA is, see actually for ISO we need a lead auditor certificate. Okay, this is a ISO lead auditor which is required. So if we qualify, write the exam and qualify as a lead auditor, then we can certify organizations whether they are implemented, whether they have implemented ISO 27001. But otherwise, if you are not certified as a lead auditor, generally what smaller audit firm people will do is, what we do is we ensure we'll help the organization to implement ISO 27001. That is, we will guide the organization, okay, to develop all the processes, documentation, and realignment of business functions to match the best practice framework. All this implementation support we will do as a consultant, and the third party lead auditor can be engaged to review this process and provide the certificate. Okay, that is also possible. But primarily actually, if you are a lead auditor, you can itself do the consulting also, implementation also, certification also. Okay, mostly it's done like that only, but don't ask whether both can be done by the same person. Actually it cannot be done. So organization should do and lead auditors should review and certify. So then PCI DSS also has a separate examination and certification. So if you are PCI DSS certified person or a firm, then actually we can audit organizations having this online payment platforms. So it can be, even if it's an electricity company having a platform or registered with a platform, them also we will require this certification. And even if it's a plain like CC Avenue, Paytm or other payment gateways, payment gateway company, for them it is like mandatory. So this also is like a periodic certification which they have to get if they are a payment gateway. So there also actually mostly this two are done by IT companies, but a few audit firms are also doing. I'll not say audit firms are not doing. Actually, a lot of audit firms are doing. In TN in Tamil Nadu, I think 2 audit firms are only registered for Pci Dss. One in Coimbatore, one in Chennai, I think. So it is also little costly examination only. So depending on the regulation, we are less like scope is already defined in the best practice framework or the regulation basis which we do conduct our review and we provide our certification. So next is the most famous area for practice, that is IT general controls. So what is that we are going to audit in IT general controls and why we are auditing this, we have to see next. So as I told you, IT general controls is forming part of internal financial controls, where Companies Act is requiring that every organization should have adequate controls in their business processes. Okay, so in their business process means business process is implemented through IT. So IT also forms part of IFC. So wherever we do IFC, at least some basic concepts of ITGC we need to cover. So what all areas we need to cover? First, we will see what is general controls. So as I told you already, we have IT as a process, right? So IT as a department you take, it will have different functions. For each function, there will be some processes. So for each process, what is the procedure you have laid for each process? What type of controls you have for each process? So this you are going to review. So basically, it is review of IT infrastructure in which my business application is hosted. So on this only my business apps. It can be any application, it can be SAP, it can be Oracle, it can be Tally, it can be anything. So where my business applications are hosted. So what am I doing in IT general controls review is I am only reviewing the IT infrastructure in which my business functions are hosted. So here there is a myth. I'll not say myth actually. What happens is many times I have seen many audit programs or IT general controls audit programs which include access controls. It will take access control, whether this person have access to the system, then deactivation of ID creation. Actually, those are all application controls which are specific for a particular business application. See, that also is important for us to review as an auditor, but it will not come as part of IT infrastructure. It will come as part of application controls. So it will come part of application directly, that particular product application, whatever we are seeing, in that it will come. But plainly IT general controls, if we see, it does not include any application. It includes all the devices and the people and the process on which my applications are hosted. So it will be my server configuration, who have access to servers, how my server logs are maintained, firewall, how my firewall is configured, what is the rules I have ensured, whether the firewall rules are in line with my business risks. Okay, so let's say my competitors are or my competitors are in a particular country, in particular region. Do I want to block that region, allow that region? Okay, how my router is configured? Is my data encrypted in transit? We saw about data in transit, no? So whatever data in transit controls we need. So that was like few slides back where we spoke about data in transit. We need to ensure cyber security and controls to ensure that data in transit is protected. So all data and transit related controls are coming through my firewall, router, internet and cloud security. So internet security will be my SSL certificate. So any browser you take, this thing I have, right, lock sign. So if you see now I have this lock sign, which means my session is encrypted. So if you just go into the certificate, you will have the digital signature. See, this is the digital signature. SHA 256 encryption is used to ensure that any data entered in this portal before it goes from my browser is encrypted, and it will be decrypted at the area. I mean to say the person who have to receive it, there only it will get decrypted. So for the entire duration the data is traveling through my internet, the data will be in encrypted form to ensure that anyone who's trying to hack my session or hijack my session or steal data in transit, they will not be able to get any real data out. So this SHA-256 is a hash function. Hash means it's one-way encryption. Okay, so you can reproduce this hash n number of times, but you cannot decrypt the hash. Okay, so this is a control to ensure that my data transferred over internet, okay, is secured. So similarly, cloud security, router encryption, then firewall configuration. So then I have my surveillance security, who is having access to what time, who is allowed to be in which room, because all my devices are going to be highly secure devices. Like how, let's say if someone loses their laptop, okay, it's only that particular instance of that application and few data files that is saved in the laptop which is going to get lost. But let's say something is happening to a server, or let's say something is happening to the firewall. It is like brains of my IT system, right? So something happens to the brain, then it's like stroke, that's all, you will be dead. So it is very, very important that we need to have more controls. And it's like for normal laptop user login, we are having password and OTP, two-factor authentication. For this, they will have four-factor authentication. So there will be a password, OTP, biometric, then there will be some secret question, then there may be approval which will go to another system who should approve. So like that, they will try to have multiple controls over the major systems. These are all highly sensitive systems, because if something happens to this system, the entire system, the entire organization's data will be lost. If my server is not protected, all my employees, customers, vendors who are connected to that server is not going to get that service. So the impact of data loss in server is much higher than compared to a data loss in a end product system, like end user system. Okay, so these are all like very highly secure environment should be there. So we'll be reviewing the controls over the process which I have for a person to log into a server, who has access to a server, who is able to change any data in the server, who is able to download a data in server. If generally server and all, you will not be able to copy any data, they will try to cover it. And one more, like they'll try to block it. Then one more thing is, every login session, after you log into a firewall or a router or a server or a hypervisor or a switch, what you try to do is, like, they will have products which will actually take screenshots or record the screen from the time of access till the time of log off, like till the time the session is authenticated till it is logged out, because we want to know who changed what, so that rollback is possible in case of any emergency. So we used to talk about SCARF and other audit snap shots when we learn CAT, different computer assisted audit tools. We used to talk about where if there's a red flag, the snapshot will be taken and saved in the system. So all that is like for high risk, like red flag business areas, we do for normal audit. So those audit techniques are used in IT general controls for day-to-day basis for all transactions, because everything that is happening at the back end is very, very critical. So here what we are understanding is, so this is the critical IT infrastructure, that is the devices. So devices on which my system is hosted. So for this device management, I will have some processes. So those processes are here. So what is my physical security to access my data system, like data center or my IT infrastructure? What is the physical security that I have to enter into my data center or my systems? Then what is my operating system software that I'm having? How it is impacting? What is the access control to the IT infrastructure I have? So here we don't talk about the application access control. We will talk about the access control to these devices. Okay, firewall, router, cloud, server. So how we are logging into these devices will be controlled here. Then general control operations will be managing users, then managing this, they'll have some delegation of powers within themselves. Then the IT department hierarchy, who is the boss, delegation of powers, all that will be my operations. So if I'm going to develop a new system, what is the controls I'm going to have? What is the database management I'm going to have? How am I managing my telecommunication lines, internet lines, lease lines? The process for environmental protection, because all my IT systems are going to generate a lot of heat. Then apart from that, I should protect it from fire, flood. So generally, this data centers will not be in ground floor, because they want to protect the IT systems from flood. Mostly it will be in third floor or fourth floor only. And then they will ensure that fire safety alarms are there, and they'll not have normal fire extinguisher, because fire extinguisher may spoil the IT systems by creating a sediment. So they'll create some gas-based combustion system, like halo gas they have now, which is like will combust fire without creating any sediment. So this type of security controls are also required to ensure that all my IT infrastructure is protected. Then disaster recovery. So backup and disaster recovery. So backup is also very, very important, where if a particular incident happens, it can be flood, water, flooding or fire, but it can be a plain hardware failure. Let's say this particular server, this is a rack server actually, photo which is having. Let's say this particular rack fails. How am I going to recover the data in that particular rack? If this firewall fails, how am I going to ensure only authorized people are able to access my data? So all that will be covered in my disaster recovery management. So first disaster recovery management will be like 3 parts. One is business continuity management, incident management, and disaster recovery. So if an incident comes, how I'm going to escalate and resolve? How am I going to ensure that the business is continuing irrespective of the incident? How am I going to recover from my disaster? So we call it business continuity management, BCM. So that is one area for business process required in the IT operations. Then we have program change management. So this is, let's say, firewall. Today I am allowing GST portal. So GST portal has changed something, or income tax portal changed from one domain to another domain, something they changed. So IP addresses are changing for IT portal. So now in my firewall, I should allow this particular IP to ensure my organization finance team have access to the IT portal. Okay, so how am I, what is the process for my finance team to communicate to my IT security team, where IT security team should evaluate the security of the IT portal and then grant access to my employees. And even if they are going to grant access, they have to decide whether it should be for continuous purpose with no time limit, or it should be a timed login, let's say for 2 days, 3 days, or every month 3 days for particular compliance requirement, because you don't want to have access to a vulnerable website throughout the period, okay, throughout my organization's life. So they will have some particular process basis which actually escalations happen and evaluation happens and implementation happens. So all that will come through a change management system. All that will come through a change management system, where I am evaluating what type of controls are required for every change. So this can be for escalation, it can be for replacement of a system, it can be for creating a new user, it can be for putting additional cameras for security. So change management is a common platform for any changes. The change I can actually classify and categorize. The organization generally would have capitalized, like categorized, whether it's a capital expense related or budget related, or it is a hardware related, process related, people related. They would have categorized different changes with priority, basis which actually change management will be implemented. So then overall data security, what all I have for ensuring I am protecting and securing my data. So what we are summarizing in IT general controls review is we want to evaluate whether the organization has adequate IT infrastructure which is required for hosting that application. That is the first and foremost thing. So second foremost thing is whether the implemented processes for monitoring, okay, IT infrastructure is adequate or not, okay, and whether it is ensuring controls in the process. So what if 2 days person is not taken backup? What if access to server is like managed by one person and he's having access to database also, system also, firewall also, router also? What is the risk that is posed to the company? So like that, we have to evaluate operational effectiveness of every area of IT general controls, the process that is implemented, and what is the risk associated with the process, and where all there is control deficiency in the process. So this will be the overall objective of our IT general controls review. This is like the what to say, any audit teams we have for system audit, more than 60 to 70% of the audits they do will be relating to IT general controls, because it is coming as part of regulatory requirement also. So every organization has awareness that we need to have sufficient adequate IT infrastructure to ensure that we are free from risk of the cyber security, risk of someone cheating us, risk of data theft, risk of business continuity. All that awareness is now there in all the organizations, very much actually. So 60 to 70% of the system audit teams work will be actually in IT general controls only. It's a very, very booming area after our IFC came in. So audit methodology will be same. You test a control, you go for substantive audit procedure for validating the tested controls, and then we will report the findings. So brief summary is, we are in GITC, we are reviewing the IT infrastructure and architecture over which the business is hosted. Okay, so we are reviewing the business processes followed for IT infrastructure. Then we are documenting the controls around the business processes. Okay, so this is the major area which we are covering in IT general controls audit. So far whatever I discussed, any doubts or any questions anyone has, and any specific things you want me to cover, that also I can actually cover after the break. So I thought we'll have a short 10 minutes break now. So before that, if we have any questions or suggestions, I'll be happy to take it, so that it will be useful for the second half of the session. So second half, we are going to see few more areas actually for IT IS audit practice. So now we have seen the fundamentals of IT IS audit, the infrastructure, the people and all that. And we have seen two things: regulatory requirements and framework based audits, and we have seen IT general controls. So after this, we are going to see ERP implementation support, data migration. We are going to see post implementation review, pre implementation review. So these are the areas we are going to cover further. Yes, sir. Chudamani has raised whether the PPT will be available for reference. Yes, PPT will be uploaded in SIRC portal after the session is completed, ma'am. Yes, any other questions, or can we break now for 10 minutes?
So we can break for 5 or 10 minutes as you wish. I'll share my screen. Once you're ready, you just let me know.
Yeah, I have stopped share, sir. You can share. So by 6:40 we will, or 6:35 we will resume. Okay, thank you.
So we can start a session later.
Yes. So we'll
Okay.
resume now after break. So we'll move into the next area. So next area is going to be system development and ERP. That is what role an auditor can play when an organization is implementing a ERP, whether it can be a in-house development or a bought-out system. So let's say even Tally or QuickBooks, the organization is going to buy and implement. There also auditor plays a key role. Let's say or SAP Oracle, where they are buying a system, then integrating the modules and configuring the modules for the particular organization's business need. There also auditors play a key role. So in system development lifecycle, different places organization plays, like auditor plays a different roles. So we will see each area now. So first is whenever there's a system development lifecycle, like or a new ERP implementation that is happening, the organization will form something called as a steering committee. So steering committee. So what is a steering committee? So they will have the direction setting. What is the organization objective of going for a product? What type of product we have to do? What type of budgets we need to invest? And how are we going to monitor and ensure that all business objectives are met by this product? So with on these lines, the management will form what is called as a steering committee, which will have fair representation from business process owners, the management team, and external consultants like statutory auditor or ISO consultant or IT consultant, where they want to ensure that all best ideas come out at the time of planning itself, because it will be based if after implementing everything someone comes and reviews and says that no, what you have done is like second class type of thing. You could have gone for this with the budget available, you could have gone for alternate solution. So all this, if it comes after implementation, it is going to be a big headache, right? So all this is generally considered at the time of before implementation itself. For that purpose, they create what is called a steering committee. So steering committee will first have representation from audit firms also. So it can be a system audit team representation, or it can be a statutory audit team representation also, because end of the day, who is going to give assurance based on the data generated from the ERP is statutory auditor. So generally they create a chair in the steering committee for statutory auditor also, where he is also onboarded for all the control requirements that are required to be there in the ERP. So the first place where auditors playing a key role in system development lifecycle is forming part of the steering committee formed by the management of the organization where they are implementing a new ERP. So apart from this, steering committee is going to actually communicate to the stakeholders, the process owners or project sponsor, then also communicate to the vendor whatever requirements they have, then also ensure that the end team, it can be the development team or the process teams, are having buy-in to adopt and use this new product. Okay, so they will have periodic meetings, they will have periodic reviews, and they will do periodic root cause analysis for every project delay, and they will sort of steer the way in which the project should be implemented. So first scope for an auditor to be part of a system development is in the planning stage itself as part of steering committee. Okay, so now in the steering committee itself, you can actually suggest what type of, so in they will be having detailed discussions for system design with the steering committee only, where actually the, let's say we are going to build the module for sales. So sales process owner will be there, this IT consultant, ISO consultant, auditor, and the management representatives will be there, where they are actually stimulating ideas, brainstorming ideas for what will be the best design for this module. What should be the what is as is process will come from the process owners. Okay, what is the as is process? What is the to be process should come from the business again, the process owners, in consultation with all the external consultants and the management and the buy-in of steering committee, we will define what is the to be process. So it is the role of the auditor to evaluate and accept and recommend, okay, or recommend or accept, we can say, to ensure that to be process is having adequate controls. To be process is having adequate controls which are required for IFC, which are required to ensure business business processes are having adequate controls to control fraud risk, okay, all different aspects or optimal utilization. Let's say a particular process we were wasting took X number of days. By changing that process to something else, we'll be able to do X minus 1 number of days. So all that business process re-engineering is going to happen in system design when the process is moving from as is to be. Okay, so this part also auditor plays a very important role. So in system design also auditor plays an important role. So after this we'll have a next area. So this is this 1 and 2 is part of steering committee itself actually. So this is not separate engagement. Why you are part of the steering committee is to ensure there is adequate controls in the design itself, and you are also aware of the product process as well as the timeline, so that you can plan your audit accordingly. Because when there's parallel run, you have to audit 2 systems, 2 TVs, data from different systems may be different. So to ensure that your buy-in is also, as a statutory auditor, your buy-in is also there on the new product. Generally we have a seat at the steering committee also, which is actually an additional remunerative process. It's not part of a statutory audit. It is a separate engagement where you are going to work along with the organization's management and the process owners to ensure there is BPR at the time of system implementation. So this 1 and 2 is going to be forming part of steering committee's process itself. So after that, we have second area of audit in system implementation, that is data conversion and data migration. So data migration audits are also primary focus area for any company. So any company, any data migration they have done, auditor will play a very, very important role. We'll see different types and categories of data migration in the slides to come. Okay, after that we have testing. So this testing, organization will do what is called as a user acceptance testing. What do we call it as? UAT, user acceptance testing. So what they will do here is, this to be document is there, right? So the users of the system will try to test for different scenarios to ensure that the product that is delivered by the vendor is in line with the process which is agreed by the vendor to be implemented. So we would have given this to be document only to the vendor for configuration and all. This is the workflow we want, this is the approvals we want, this is the type of format of the report we want, this is the screen we want. Like that we would have given a detailed to be document. So what we are doing in UAT, user acceptance testing, is we will ensure that the to be processes are implemented by the vendor as required by us or the organization. So now UAT is a primary function of the management. UAT is a primary function of the management. So apart, what is auditor's role here? So again, at this system design level, if you want to do any changes, it's better you do it at the start of the engagement itself, right? Similarly, at testing level itself, you can revisit any controls which you need to be implemented or which are not sufficiently implemented. All that we can do. Okay, so just to clear, if there's a doubt, this and this cannot be same person. Okay, if you're part of the steering committee, generally you will not do UAT. So this is a separate engagement. So till here it's a separate engagement, here it is a separate engagement, and here it is a separate engagement. Okay, so here in UAT, when an auditor is involved, he will do IFC testing for application controls to ensure the system has adequate controls, to ensure approvals are there, workflows are there, documentation is there, audit trail is there. All that IFC related areas only I am doing in testing. So this testing is called as pre-implementation review. I'll call it as pre-implementation review. Okay, where I am ensuring that to be document lines application is developed, and the processes are required for the organization to have most optimal efficient processes there, and controls are there. So I am also doing that as part of, like, after application goes live, if you go and say this workflow is wrong, this authorization matrix is wrong, this is wrong, that is wrong, it is not going to be very feasible for the management to change the process, because all this involves cost, and all this will be budgeted by the steering committee on day one itself. So every change we make, the vendor is going to charge us extra. Generally our software firms are not like audit firms, where even add small additional scope and all, we will do it because it's done for our additional comfort. But I don't think any software company is doing like that. For every change ticket, they're going to give a separate bill. And generally ERP implementation is going to be very, very costly. If you take a very, very simple solution like small products, okay, small products itself will be like minimum 20-30 lakhs. If you go for large products, it will be like 2-3 crores. If you go for CBS type of products, it's going to be 100-150 crores. Okay, so the money involved is also very high. So generally it is better if we do maximum work in design stage itself. Okay, this will be the place where we'll do maximum work, most important phase. Okay, planning and designing. So balance, if there is anything missed out also, we will do it before testing. Okay, we will do it before testing. After going live, if you want to change anything, it is going to be very, very complex process. So generally we will try to ensure maximum audit and suggestion taking aspects happen before implementation of the product. So here what we are doing is pre-implementation review. After the project goes live, we will do post-implementation review. In post-implementation review, what an auditor is expected to do, not the same IFC, application controls, all that we'll not do now. Here what we'll do is mostly value for money audit, cost benefit analysis. Whether the organization achieved objectives, organization's objective by going for this product. Is there really cost saving because of this? Is there really effectiveness of process or BPR that has happened in the company because of this? Whether we have gained any value because of implementation of this process. All this, when you are evaluating, it is called a post-implementation review. So generally post-implementation review may happen 1 year down the line from implementation. There we want to evaluate how the product evolution has changed the organization, or how it has contributed for an organization's growth. So now we have to just clear the cloud. It is not always that it will contribute to organization's growth. Many organization, okay, after implementation of process, if the organization growth would have reduced. So you can see any listed company, when they go for new product, okay, that quarter sale would have dropped, because all these people don't have learning curve in the new product. Okay, so let's say normally he raises 500 invoices per day. After new product, he will be raising only 350 invoices per day. It is possible. Maybe normally a particular production line takes 10 days for completion. Maybe because of new ERP, it's taking 12, because the learning curve should happen, right? It is an organic matter. You cannot make the learning curve come in 2 trainings or 3 trainings that the vendor is going to give. So there is huge risk also. So for that purpose, we do what is called as post-implementation review. So as part of steering committee, we act as an advisor. As part of a data migration auditor, we will evaluate data. So this is going to be substantive audit procedures, purely substantive audit procedures, where very less system review we will do. Mostly it's only substantive audit procedure. So as part of pre-implementation review, we are going to do parallel user acceptance test, where we are testing for IFC controls. And as part of post-implementation review, we are doing value for money audit. Okay, so here auditor has many roles, and all these roles are very, very interesting roles. As I told you, here also there's going to be very less technical acumen and more business process, business risk, operational risk assessment related knowledge which is required for executing this assignment. And for this, there is no separate certification, qualification, or baseline requirements that is required. It is going to be purely your acumen over the organization's business process and your risk assessment appetite, basically your risk appetite and your rational thinking. Okay, so in auditing system migration, so here what we are talking about is system migration. When we are going for a new application, we have pre-implementation and post-implementation review. So pre-implementation is before going live, post-implementation is after going live. So mostly pre-implementation review is going to be parallel UAT. UAT is user acceptance test. It is just that we are doing to, like, the requester of the change or requester of a particular product is going to accept whether the product is as per specified parameters which I asked for. It's like we do QC, right? UAT is something very similar to QC, quality control. So quality control, you'll have fixed parameters basis which you will accept a product or reject a product. Similarly, in UAT, I have to be document, okay, basis which my business process is this is required, these are the controls required. The user will now verify whether whatever I asked for is there in this application or not. If it is there, UAT sign off is there. If it is not there, UAT sign off is not there. Then we have post implementation review. Mostly it happens 1 year or 2 years down the line, where we are evaluating return on investment, value for money assessment on ERP implementation. Next is data migration review. Okay, so here what we are seeing is system migration, that is new product. System migration is new product. Data migration is new data. Okay, so why here data migration is given separately is, even without going for a new product, I can change my data. Okay, so if we closely monitor organizations change CRM module, like they'll have change request management. So if you evaluate that, you can identify if the organization has going for or changing the data basis. Okay, so it may happen during an application migration, like it will always happen when there is an application migration. Whenever there's a system migration, data migration also will happen. But apart from that, also 3 different areas are there where data migration can happen. That is like database migration, like let's say SAP R3 to S4. The difference is R3 is a structured database, S4 is a HANA is unstructured database concept. So what is happening? It is only technical infrastructure migration, okay, where I am changing from a structured database system to an unstructured database system. So actually your front end screens, controls, all that you will not find any notice any change, because it's only a database migration. Okay, like that I can change from MySQL one database to MS SQL another database. I can change from MariaDB to MongoDB, like that. Plain DB also I can change without changing the front end application. So in that time or that type of areas also we have to look for database migration audit. Then data center migration. Now I have hosted in Azure cloud, I'm going for GoDaddy cloud. So when I'm migrating from one data center, one cloud service provider to another cloud service provider, or one data center location to another data center location, then also I'm migrating all the data from one location to another location. There also I will do an evaluation of data migration, whether all data is moved or not. Then service provider migration. So long my service was managed by one third party vendor. Now it is managed by another third party vendor. So he will move it to his infrastructure, or the manner in which he is going to manage is going to be different. So you want to evaluate the data migration. So this data center migration need not only be cloud service provider migration, it can be my data center also. Let's say today I am having one server. Okay, tomorrow actually I'm planning to buy a new server. So I'm moving from all the data from this server to that server. So that time again you will do a data migration audit. Let's say all your clients who have gone for SharePoint. Okay, after lockdown, it's become like very common, like you want to go for a cloud-based shared folder management from a normal AD file server. Okay, so now at one point, what they would have done, they would have taken all the data from your shared folder, okay, that was be in your server, to this SharePoint. So actually there's a data migration that has happened, where you have moved data from your local systems to a cloud service provider. So that is also data center migration, from a local data center to a cloud data center, Microsoft Azure cloud, that is. So this place also requires a data migration audit. So it's not just when the application changes, we need a data migration audit. When there's a technical infrastructure change, there's a product change, or it's a third party vendor change, all these situations also come under data migration audit. Okay, so what is the major scope or objective of data migration audit? Comparing migration records from source system to destination system. We have to ensure that all the data is complete. How are we going to ensure? We will do record count and checksum. So checksum is you will create a hash. Okay, let's say you take a non-numeric field and create a checksum. Checksum is like a hash function. Okay, you can generate a checksum in a database actually. What it will do is it will create a unique hash. So you will ensure that the same checksum is tallying when we are generating the checksum in the new data. So I'll just give you an example. Let's say I am telling here 1, 2, 3 is the input data, and I'm hashing it to call it as 0, 1. Okay, 0, 1, Z. This is the checksum. So how checksums are happening? It's a function. It's a function where basis one algorithm, I am replacing some data with another data. Okay, so there's a difference which we need to understand from hashing and encryption. Hashing is one way, like 1 I will read as 0. If it is 1, 1 I will read as -0. Something is there. So I cannot go from 0 to 1. I can always, whenever I put 1, it will generate 0. But from 0, I cannot go to 1. So one way encryption is called hashing. Okay, one way encryption is called hashing. So every time this unique record is generated, this output will generate, like our ATM pin. So our password is not saved as such in the database. It will be like every time this card number, this person, this data is generated. Okay, a particular hash will be saved in the bank server, which is validated. So every time it will regenerate the hash. If both the hash matches, then it will validate. If the hash is not matching, it will not validate. Okay, so that's a hash function. So checksum is like a plain formula. It's formula based. We have different formulas used for checksum and check digit. Okay, this is used in our PAN last digit, GST number last digit. Okay, where the last checksum is going to be, the last digit is going to be product of a formula applied on the first 9 digits of the PAN number. The 10th digit is generated. So in GST number, it is like the product of a particular formula in the first 14 digits is the 15th digit. So it is only a data validation mechanism where you ensure that there is no modification to the data sequence and the series in which the data is written. Okay, so like that you can create a checksum in the source records. So source record, if you have data 1, 2, 3, for that a checksum is coming as 0, 1, Z. This is a hash actually. Checksum will be generally 1 digit only. This is a hash. You have dated a hash 0, 1, Z. So in destination records also, when you take the output and you apply the same hash function, you should get 0, 1, Z. If you are not getting 0, 1, Z, then it means there is some extra record or some modification that has happened to this data, because of which this is not tallying. If there is a change to the input data, the hash function will not tally. If it is not tallying, that means the integrity of the records is questionable. So then you will go for further substantive audit procedures. So like that, we will do summary verification of records, count of records, totals of data, okay, to ensure that both the data is matching. So we can do it. See, generally when the data is very huge, though we are going to do substantive audit procedure, we cannot do it in Excel because data will be very huge and the number of tables will be very huge. So it will be like mandatory for us to do it in the database itself, like MS Access, MySQL. They'll also have similar screens. It's like almost like Excel. In Excel, we will write formula. Okay. In SQL, you will call it as a query. Okay. In Excel, you will put equal to and write. In SQL, you will put select and write. That's all. It's not very complex, but the tool we are going to use for auditing migration of a database will be the database itself. It will be very tough for you to extract data from the database or from the application out and then put it into Excel and then evaluate. That will be Excel or an audit tool. It will be little tough because you are actually redoing the work. Let's say database is having 50 tables. 50 tables, 50 times you have to export, then you put it in your audit tool, then you have to analyze. If you are able to create an instance of the same database and do it there itself, it is a much simpler and easier exercise to be executed. So that is the objective and scope of data migration audit. There are different categories of areas where we have to identify where a data migration audit will be required. So this is also a regulatory requirement to ensure data integrity. So it's mandatory, not directly under any law, but as part of statutory auditor itself should ensure that the company has migrated, has had a data migration audit if they are auditing. But the pre-implementation review and post-implementation review is actually within the scope of the organization only. Whether they want to have pre-implementation review, post-implementation review, it's a management call. But data migration is very important because it will impact the integrity of data. And it's actually a huge risk actually. If there's a migration that has happened and there's no migration audit, actually it's a fraud risk, red flag, because there is high chance or high probability that the company had manipulated any numbers before moving to the new system. So migration audit is like a red flag area of high risk area. So if during the year of our audit, if migration has happened, we have to make the organization get the migration audited. So the phases of data migration will be planning. How am I going to move my data? I will ensure my data is profiled, like depending on my objectives, like in my new system, how, in what formats I want my data, what are the data fields that are required, okay, and what type of data validation is required. Can I enter this data? I cannot enter this data. All that will be done in my data profiling. I will back up the data, then map it to the migration design. Here actually what we will be doing is we will be actually matching to old system formats, old formats to new formats. I'll be doing, sorry for the, okay, new system formats, new requirements will be there, no? So I would have mapped, like for example, let's say chart of accounts mapping. So in my old system, I would have mapped, let's say 3 layers of hierarchy. That is a balance sheet, financial statement line item, subgroup, subledger. Let's say I have done like that. In my new ERP, I have like 5 layers of hierarchy. I have balance sheet line item, group, subgroup, ledger, subledger. So I'll have 5 hierarchy, right? 5 layers of hierarchy. So now I will map my old chart of account numbers to my new chart of account numbers. Then I have to tally the balances of each ledger. Then I have to have a migration control account where I'm pulling all the data through one account and reconciling and transfer posting. So now this is for chart of account migration. Okay, same like this for procurement. So procurement, I'll have product, customer code, vendor code, prices, the price history. So there will be so many data. How am I going to map my old system data to my new system? So that is migration design. So this migration design and data profiling are like most critical phase of data migration. So apart from only doing this post migration audit, we like along with doing post migration audit, we have to evaluate whether this process has happened, this process has happened, whether this has happened, whether there's a backup, if there's a rollback required. So all this also we need to test when we are doing post migration audit. It's not just the data output. So this is the ultimate objective. So whatever we are doing here is the ultimate objective, but it is very, very essential that we have to do all the phase review to ensure that there is no unauthorized modification or changes to data. Okay, so this is a very important area and a very important audit area, because this is like high risk area where mandatorily there is a assurance function which is required. So after that, we are going to the next area for ITIS audit, that is remediation and gap analysis. Okay, so what is remediation and gap analysis? You want to identify what type of processes can be reduced. So organization is having a big ERP, big system, but they are not able to get maximum output from it, or system is working in one way and my people are working in another way, my management wants another way. So this happens, this is a common problem in many organizations. We can if you ask me, more than 80% of the organizations will have this, at least in one or other area. May not be all areas of business, at least in one or other area they will be having this area. So that is remediation and gap analysis. So what is auditor's role here? So auditor will be evaluating the application independently and comparing it with the business process of the organization. Then he will identify where and all system has more capability, but my business is requiring less capability. Where and all organization is having less capability, where my organization's expectation is very high. Okay, so in second case I need to go for updation, upgradation, customization. In the first case I have to increase my management's need. Okay, and I have to align best practice available in the system in my normal business process flow also. So this is more like a value added service where we are working as part of the organization's business process re-engineering, where I am evaluating where what areas I can explore further in the application. So let's say simple example, Tally. Okay, the company has multiple branch, they want to do branch accounting. Okay, along with branch accounting, you are now suggesting Tally has a feature of cost center. If you are assigning this two cost centers, both department wise, branch wise, your MIS will be like much more filtered and clear. You will be able to do in a better way. You will be able to analyze your business in a better way. So here what we have done, the company currently does not have a process, but the product which the company is using is having a functionality which will be useful for the process. So what we are doing, we are remediating the process which is followed in Tally to ensure that organization's objectives are optimized. So similarly, they will have different, like for every application, there will be different aspects which are which can be explored further. Okay, so like that you can mostly value added service will come for this cost center accounting, budgeting, MIS, then cost of goods sold, inventory valuation, then employee cost allocation. So and then plain costing itself, if it's a manufacturing industry, costing itself. So these areas and all, remediation and gap analysis will be like very helpful for the organization if we are able to support. So now what type of technical acumen the auditor should have to do this? If you ask me, if the auditor is having adequate time and is able to spend enough efforts or to just read that product's user manual, that will be more than enough. Okay, because every product is going to be unique and the features or the configurations available in each product is going to also be unique. So for every assignment we take on this aspect, the only thing required is we should, because nobody would have read it. The user manual would have come with the product, but the vendor also wouldn't have read it. The company's management also wouldn't have read it. The process owners also wouldn't have read it. Because of which they will be like, whatever the consultant told or the implementation vendor told at the time of implementation, they will keep that in mind and fully be working only with that particular aspect. Okay, they will not see in a rounded aspect. Okay, so the 360 view will be not available with the organization in-house. So when a third party comes in, or third party consultant, independent consultant comes in and is able to evaluate with an open mind, giving a 360 view for the particular problem, it is more possible that we are able to evaluate and solve a particular gap in the organization. So mostly the only requirement for information technology gap analysis will be understanding that particular company's organization's business process and knowing that product. So how you'll know the product is you will read user manuals, then you will see what all is available for configuration. So like we discussed, the configuration is going to be mainly on the like Tally F12, F11 features. If you want, you can enable PO in Tally, you can enable budget in Tally, you can enable cost center in Tally. All that are configuration changes. But let's say you want to do a costing report, or you want to take a chart of accounts in a particular format, then you will customize. Okay, customize is beyond the configuration capabilities which comes in-house in the product. Okay, configuration is the functionalities which come inside the product. Okay, so as far as configuration is considered, auditor itself will be able to do all that. It is not requiring any big IT knowledge and all. But only if it comes to customization, which is not there in the product, the user manual says that this is the limitation of the product. Only in that place we will look at compensatory controls, workaround, or customization, depending on the budget, process optimization, and time and efforts that the management can spend. We have to decide whether you want a compensatory control, manual control, or a customization. But whatever is available in configuration will be there in the admin module. If you get the admin password, it will be so straightforward. Menu driven options will be there, where you can change a PO approval limit, you can change assignment of a particular role to a particular person, you can change period cutoff. Many companies will not do close the books every quarter. Even listed companies I know who don't close book every quarter. They keep till year end to close the books. So period closure is there directly in admin module. It is not a big complex work at all. Just go to the admin module, see period settings. There will be, do you want to close the period in every month, every annum, every quarter, like that? You have to just select a button. It's not going to be more than that. So whatever is available in the system, inbuilt system as configuration control, is directly can be supported by an auditor. But if there is a limitation in the system and we need to go for customization, then actually we require support of an implementation vendor or a software company. Okay, so the gaps can be for business goals and objectives. So now we saw an example of this cost center and department cost centers and branch cost centers. So this will actually help in MIS, it may help in organization to take various other decisions. Business process requirement, let's say PO approval matrix, authorization for payroll, authorization for journal entry, some different workflows which require approvals and escalations will be business process requirement gaps. Application solution functionality. So here, whether this is the place where we will have to evaluate, read the product end to end and identify whether there is a solution possible directly with the product or not with the product. But trust me, almost we have done this IT gap assessment and ERP implementation support for a lot of clients actually. More than 95% of the cases, it will be available in the product, but the organization would have been unaware. Because see, it's a product, they are selling it as a product. Okay, they are costing it, and there's a big company which is running behind, minimum of 100-200 people who have worked on this product. So it is not possible that they have some major flaws in the product. They would have had that sufficient workflows and business process to ensure that whatever required in a normal business function is available in the system. Okay, so it is mostly because of the lack of awareness that we think that this is a limitation in the product. Okay, so more than 95% of the cases, actually the product will have the functionality. It will be like, if we read properly and understand the requirement, we will be able to identify how to enable it or how to disable it. Okay, only when there is a absolute limitation because of, let's say it's a very old product, we are in let's say it was a 10-year 20-year before installation. Now the applicable laws have changed, the environment in which I hosted have changed, because of which it is not supporting. Like that, very less cases where I will not have technological support or infrastructure support, because of which there is a gap. So if this gap is there, that auditor cannot solve the problem. He can escalate the problem to the third party vendor. Okay, so but all other cases, actually we can itself configure, change, modify. That will be possible. It will not be very complex. The thing is, what we can do is, if we are doing it for the first time, okay, and we are not very confident whether this will work properly or not, we can always ask the organization to give us UAT access. That is, you can ask the organization to give in the test environment, not with live data, but you give the application with test data. So in the test environment, we can put different scenarios and check whether it is working properly, not working properly, and then we can take it forward. Rather than directly changing a particular configuration in the production module, we can do adequate testing before we move it to the production module. Okay, so that leverage we'll have where it will support in our learning curve also. Because let's say today I'm working with SAP Business One, tomorrow I'm working with SAP, let's say I'm working with Microsoft Navision. Okay, then another company I'm working with Tally Prime. It is not possible for me to know all the products, right? So there is a learning curve required for each product. So every time you go for a product for a first time, you do all your scenario testing in the user acceptance testing environment, that is the with test data, and then we can go and implement it in the production system. We can always take the organization's IT team support or our in-house IT team support, that is also always there. But the scenario analysis, I feel auditor is the best person to do, because they will not have adequate knowledge for testing different scenarios, because of which that is a gap for such a long time, and our intervention was required. So plain directions may not be helpful in this case. Our research and our testing is important. After we test, we can just give direction. See, this alone you change in the production, it will run. That we can always do. Okay, so there we can be a consultant where we are supporting the organization to identify the gap, okay, and also close the gap and ensure there is optimum utilization of IT resources in the organization. Overall, actually, management will be very happy if they find someone like you who can bridge this gap and ensure that there is optimum utilization of system, because that's the main area where organizations are finding it tough, and they don't have sufficient people who understand IT as well as business. See, the third party vendor will be like total IT person. My business teams, my purchase head, my CFO, my CTO, my payroll head, all of them will be like pure business people. They will know only their business process, what should be done, how to optimize their KPI or how to reach their KPI. Only that they will know. So they need people who can bridge these two. Okay, and only if there are people who can bridge these two, the objective of business will be achieved. Okay, they are called the purple people. That is, purple is a combination of blue and red. Okay, so red is full hot, blue is full cold. If both the colors are merged, you become purple. So you're not full hot, you're not full cold, but you are somewhere in middle, where you know what is cold, you know what is hot. Okay, so we'll see that concept. So that slide actually I've used in a lot of seminars, but still that's a very important aspect which we have to understand, the purple people, where we need knowledge of both business as well as IT. Okay, so whenever now we did remediation and gap analysis. So apart from gap per se, plainly we can evaluate an application also. Okay, that is where I have, let's say, a payroll module which is there for 5 years already in my organization, but I want to know whether this application can be used further. I want to know whether I am using that application to the fullest. I want to know whether I need to go for a new product. I want to know whether the data which is getting captured in the system is having adequate controls or not. So like that, there will be different aspects because of which the organization wants to review a particular application. So this is also a pure management function, where you can evaluate a particular application and give your report as to recommendation as to the controls in the application and the recommendations for further scalability of the application or end of life of the application. It can be for any purpose. Okay, so here what we need to understand about the application is there is something called as a developer environment or development environment. Okay, there is something called as a quality environment. There's something called as a staging environment and a production environment. So developer environment, as an auditor, we are not going to go into it at all. Quality environment or testing environment or UAT environment, all are same. UAT, okay, or quality or testing all three are same. So what they will do here is the same item test environment, so the same product which is there in production, okay, will be here also. Where is my pen? Okay, will be here also, but the database, the data which is here will alone be different. Let's say here the data is square, here the data will be circle, because this is live production data which I am using for my day-to-day business operation. Here it will be dummy data which I am using only for testing purpose. Okay, so UAT environment and production environment will have same application but with two different databases. Why I am having this is all testing. Okay, anything I want to evaluate, test, or try scenario analysis, I want to do a new launch, it is better I do it first in a testing environment and get adequate comfort that this is working fine before going into the production environment. Because if I go to production environment directly, it is going to impact my business and data, whatever I have captured. So for that purpose, we need a staging environment, UAT environment, where I'm having the control testing. So then staging environment is only a place where I am creating interface. Like before this development, okay, development to come to UAT, I have to move the data, right? So I can't directly move it. I will create an environment in which I am staging all my systems and creating a warehouse, so a sort of data warehouse or an interface, wherein basis which I will be designing how my movement of data from development to production happens. So first I will go for UAT, I will test all the application. If it is fine, then I will move the same application to staging. So this I will not move directly because this has some fake database which is not required for my production. So this product, once UAT is over, I will move that product to staging. So it will go to UAT, testing will get over. After testing is over, I will go and take the same product, put it in staging and create interface and then move it to production. So in production, it is live system. So why I'm explaining this is, for whenever we are going for application review, it is not sufficient if we do front end control testing. It is important for us to do lot of scenario testing, which we have to do in UAT environment. We will create a dummy scenarios and see whether how the controls are implemented, how roles are implemented, whether different scenarios are considered in the application or not. Okay, whether it is allowing me to, let's say workflow 1 2 3 4 5 is the sequence. If I do 1 2 3 5, is it allowing? If I do 1 2 5, is it allowing? Okay, it should not allow, it should go through all the workflow. And again, it depends on the business scenario also. So what all scenarios you should go for 1 2 5, what all scenario you should go for 1 2 3 5, what all scenarios you should go for directly 3 4 5. All this is like configurations, right? So all these different scenarios, when you want to create a dummy data and test and then see where all the system is configured fine, where all system is not configured fine, that you will do in this UAT environment only. You will not do in production. But production also you will check only like walkthrough, where you want to just have comfort that what is in UAT only is there in production also. So obviously you can do substantive audit procedure, where from production we can extract some data and evaluate what type of data is generated. Is there any exceptions, any workflow configuration which is not in UAT is there in production? Those type of audit procedures we can test in our production system. Okay, so that is also very important. So these audits are also like management requirement. Mostly this is very rarely it's done by manufacturing or trading companies. Mostly it is done by finance companies, insurance companies, banks, NBFCs, mutual fund companies. Mostly regulated organizations do application audits, because they want, before every product goes for launch or after every product is launched, they want to evaluate the controls in a particular application. So apart from that, normal as part of statutory audit or internal audit, if you want to do application control review, then also it is the same process we will do, whatever we call as application control review. So that as a part of internal auditor also you can do, statutory auditor also can do, because IFC is like automated controls in application only, right? So as part of IFC also, application review will be important. as part of a separate dedicated application review engagement also can happen. Okay, some companies ask ITGC auditor to do application review also, where we test for application controls and automated controls in the system. So there also application review plays an important role. But separate application review apart from IFC, apart not in line with IA or SA, if you want a separate application review, mostly it is done only in regulated entities. So other than this strict regulated entities, others we do is it combined with SA or IA only. Okay, so that is application review. So next area of ITIS audits is data-driven audits. Analytics is a buzzword everywhere, where you want to move from sampling to full data audit. Where even internal audit you want to do full data audit, you want to project red flags, like how MIS come with KPIs. Audit reports now come with red flags. Where not just red flags in PPTs, we want to show red flags with data, outliers, which time, what time, who did, what did. So we want to actually drill down data to an extent where we are able to evaluate a particular control labs at a control particular point of time in real time basis with visualization, dashboards, and full data. So visualization and dashboard cannot be just directly plotted, it has to come from data. Only then drill down facility will be available, where you can go, what is the source of this data. So drill down is from let's say a red flag you are taking, in the same dashboard you should be able to drill down and go till the source of the data. So the dashboards are built with the source data, not just plotted with some data points. Like PPT, generally when we prepare, we take all the input from our audit program, audit work papers, and we plot only the outputs. But in dashboards and data-driven audits, it's not like that. We are taking entire data, building audit reports with the entire data directly on the live data itself. And it can be real-time also, but very few audits I have seen real-time. Mostly, most of the companies are following like weekly or event-based or monthly reports. Monthly reports and weekly reports, many firms have already adopted. Very few have done real-time red flag alerts also. So data-driven audits is the next area where auditors play a very important role, and it is like key area for auditors now. So here, what is the business process we follow is data analytics as a service, or we can call it audit analytics as a service. Here, important thing is when we talk about data analytics in general, it includes actually, generally the predictive analytics also. But as an auditor, when we are evaluating for red flags and descriptive analytics and all, we are actually talking about only past data. Okay, here we are talking only about past data. So in past data analytics, sorry, unknowingly I went on mute. So in past data analytics, what we do is we are only evaluating data that is already generated. Okay, so data analytics is a term interchangeably used for past data review, for future data review, prediction of data, data mining techniques, neural networks. For everything they use the word data analytics and machine learning. Okay, so here actually now the term used is audit analytics. Okay, where we are talking only about past data review. Okay, so here what is required? We need an audit plan, we need audit preparation. Okay, then we need a execution team where we are having different ways of building dashboards, what type of red flags are identified, how we are going to prepare the data, what type of data is required, data inputs required, what type of statistical models we are going to use. So statistical models means even if you put a pie chart, by bar chart, funnel chart, everything is actually statistical processing of data only. Apart from that, you can put statistical models also, like apart from directly telling what is an outlier, you are telling like top 10 items, top 5 items. You can take statistically what are the outliers. You can put a box plot and identify 1.5 times interquartile range, which is an outlier, and then take that as a particular red flag and then build a drill down around that. So statistical data processing has become very common now after advent of lot of analytical tools. So we have tools like Power BI, IDI, ACL, Tableau. where actually building statistical dashboards have become very, very simple as compared to previously when we used to do in Excel. Okay, and we publish the report. So this is the process which we follow. So it can be for any audit. Okay, so this is the process for processing data. So the process given here is for processing the data, but apart from that, this can be for any assignment. Data analytics as a service can be a separate assignment where we are reporting real-time red flags to the management. It can be as part of internal audit. Okay, as part of statutory audit, we can do this for specific areas, like only cost of goods sold I want to evaluate, only payroll I want to evaluate. It's a software company, highest cost is payroll. I want to evaluate or do audit analytics only on payroll area. I want to start from attendance to payroll to F&F. So many areas are there. As part of internal auditor also I can do this, or separately as a MIS function, like MIS not just as a digest of company's performance, but I want to visualize the company's entire risk portfolio, the entire red flags, entire process, then performance. So when I want to do all this together, I can have this as a data analytics as a service where I am doing it as a specific separate function for the management. So this is also a very important area, booming area. Lot of data analytics companies are doing this already. So tools have made this thing very easy, like how we use Tally or Excel. Now people use Tableau or Power BI or ID or ACL. So and we are able to build a lot of dashboards, transform data, connect to different data sources. Even BRS, you can build a dashboard. We can import the text files or PDF files of bank statements, and we can take bank register, and we can, it'll be like a Power BI. Let's say Power BI is the tool you are going to use. So you have two data sources. It can be PDF or text file bank statements and bank register of my ERP. So two inputs, let's say you are going to put in a folder. So you will connect this Power BI file to a particular folder where you're going to save this. So every time you open this file, okay, and click refresh, whatever data you are putting in the folder, it will refresh for that. Let's say this month you are putting September month or August month bank statements in that folder and running this reconciliation. Next month you can put September month data and still use the same tool. It's like automation also, because one time when you do this data transformation, data model and analytical procedures, same thing can be used multiple times, like template files in Excel. Like how once you create a balance sheet template in Excel, every time you change TB, automatically balance sheet will tally, right? If provided you have given links properly and you have done proper linking of sheets, if you change TB, balance sheet will automatically tally. Same like that, if you change source data, automatically report will get generated in an analytical tool. Okay, so this is also a very easy, simple, and a very, very useful tool used in businesses. Okay, so apart from that, auditor can also do service organization certificates. So now let's say I'm a cloud hosting service provider. Let's say we have here Inspeces one company is there. Okay, they have the data center in Chennai itself. Or let's take Hosting Raja. I'm telling Indian companies because maybe all of us may not be like Azure cloud or IBM cloud audit will be like done at different levels. So let's take smaller cloud service providers. So there are a lot of Square Brothers cloud service providers there. IBM, Google is there, GoDaddy is there. All these are actually cloud service provider. So now what they are doing, they are providing service to multiple people. So there are service organization certificates. So in Indian standard is SA 3402. Okay, SAE 3402 actually, Standards on Assurance Engagement, where we are auditing an service organization which is providing service to multiple different companies. So we will audit this organization for the controls at this organization. So there are two certificates we would have learned, type 1, type 2. One is point in time, one is for the period. One is, but both are for controls only. So controls in the internal business process. So whatever controls are there, you audit and you give a service organization certificate to all. So whoever takes the service of this particular organization, they will actually give this certificate what we have provided to them. So it is like, let's say I'm doing shared payroll service. Okay, so I will engage an auditor to audit my business processes and get a service organization certificate. So let's say all my clients, whoever are taking my services, I will just give them that, see, I have already got myself certified for controls in my organization. So whenever there's a cloud service provider where I am actually doing software as a service or platform as a service, whenever there's a shared services, this service organization certificates become very, very critical. So as a statutory auditor, if I'm auditing my client, okay, who's having their database in Azure or IBM, I will ask them to get service organization certificate from IBM or Azure. Okay, so that I have a sufficient comfort that at the cloud service provider place, they have sufficient controls and processes to ensure that the data integrity is protected, data confidentiality is protected. So this is next area where we have scope in IT audits. So then we have two more areas which we are discussing for today. One is digital forensics, then cyber security. So these two are not directly IT audits, okay, but they are also audits which are executed through information technology only. So I have included those two also in this place. So digital forensics is normally, as a forensic auditor, we are evaluating controls, we are identifying financial fraud, we are trying to rebuild cash trail, bank transaction trail, and try to identify where the funds were applied, on what parameters or on what people the funds were applied, what are related party transactions, whether there is any extraordinary transaction, whether there is any preferential payments, preferential rates, all this we are trying to do, right? But let's say, but all this, how they are doing it, the organization would have done it through information system only. Let's say you would have initiated a bank transfer using a laptop and a browser. Let's say you would have created a mail using one particular laptop, then you would have saved that particular transactions in a hard disk, okay, or in a pen drive. Let's say there is photo of some events that is saved in my computer. So there may be different evidences for all the financial fraud that is committed, which is stored in a IT device, right? Essentially a computer, hard disk, or a mobile phone, or a pen drive. Okay, it can be either of the devices, but it is saved there. So now, as a forensic auditor, you want to reconstruct the audit trail. What we are evaluating and doing, we are reconstructing audit trail. So if the fraud trail is already established, it's easy for us. We know who are the related parties, we know this is the transaction, this is only as this way, modus operandi of the fraud. Once we know, then building cash trail or bank trail is very, very easy. But if we don't know the modus operandi of the fraud, then reconstructing audit trail is going to take multiple iterations and scenario testing. So for reconstructing audit trail, it is not sufficient that we have only the data which is available in the computer of the persons who are committed the fraud, but we need data which was deleted, modified, edited, data in original form, all that is also required. So for that purpose, we have what is called as digital forensics or computer forensics. So what is the scope of this engagement is, we will be actually having the evidence drives, okay, evidences which may be customer laptop, client laptop, employee laptop, owner laptop, owner mobile phone. So already once a fraud has happened, this evidences will be captured, seized and captured in the evidence tray. Okay, it can be management fraud, means it will be like third party investigator, a CBI, government, IBC, different people may be there. If it is employee fraud, management will be having that employee's phone, a laptop and all. So in digital forensic, what we'll be doing is, we'll be analyzing this laptop for recovering the deleted files, for reconstructing the fraud trail. Let's say there's a photo, we can actually do photo forensics, where we can see which device was used to take that photo, what is the geo coordinates of the place where he clicked that photo. Okay, so we can know the location where that photo was clicked. So we can do, let's say PDF files are there, we can do forensics on those PDF files where we are evaluating any modification to the PDF files, who edited it, what they edited, for what purpose they defrauded by editing this bank statement or third party confirmation. So like that, we are actually doing or searching for evidence. Okay, after fraud trail is identified, all this is not required, but when you are not able to find the fraud trail still, okay, when we are not in a position to establish the fraud trail still, we will be using digital forensic techniques to recover deleted files, to do analyze emails, where the email originated, which IP it originated, that IP location is where, whether the name given in the IP email, let's say Deephika at cnk.com. So, okay, some email ID is there, Deephika at gmail.com is there. So is it Deephika only that is sent? Is it coming from one of the locations of Deephika only, or let's say it has come from some other location? Okay, someone has taken this email and used for some other purpose. Okay, so with emails we can do, with photos we can do, with data files we can do, Excel files we can do. Like that, we can keep digging for evidences. Okay, so deleted files separately we can analyze why they deleted, what they deleted, is it really junk or some information they have to hide from someone, have they deleted? All that will come under digital forensic. So why we do digital forensic is to recover, analyze and preserve the computer related evidences, okay, which were used for committing a fraud. So why we are doing this is to identify the evidence quickly and identify potential impact of malicious activity of the victim. So we are recovering the data which could have been deleted. We are analyzing the data which is available in the system, and we'll also preserve the evidences that are available to ensure that, if at all that person is really guilty, we are able to produce this evidence in the court of law and make him like plead guilty. Okay, so what all steps we need to follow? We'll preserve the state of device. So if a particular pen drive is used for fraud, what I have to ensure? First, I will not directly do the forensic in this pen drive itself, because by running different tools for recovering data, for actually forensic is tool based. Okay, I forgot to mention that. I think digital forensic is tool based. There are different tools used for forensic. So digital forensic and cyber security, both are tool based. Like you have different tools which will do different work, and based on that we should know to operate the tool. That's all. It's not going to be very complex. So there are very famous tools which are used for digital forensic, like Autopsy, FTK Imager. Then we have access data. There are different tools which are used. So let's say this is the evidence pen drive. Directly I will not apply the tool on this pen drive, because what if the data is corrupt? What if it has some self-destructive algorithm because of which I'll lose this data? So what I will do is I will create image of this pen drive. How I'll create an image? It's a system image. Okay, without accessing or opening this pen drive or hard disk or laptop, I will use a tool to create system image in another system. So I will create copies of that image. Okay, so for every analysis I do, I will use one copy of the image. Okay, so images, like I'm duplicating the data into multiple copies, and using those multiple copies I will be analyzing and doing different forensic techniques, applying different forensic techniques on that data, and I'll be analyzing and evaluating results. So first important step is preservation of state of device. Then I will apply all my tools and I will identify, recover data, analyze data. Then I will reconstruct the scenario and see which is the closest approximate scenario basis which this fraud was executed. So that is the steps which we follow. So this tools you can download and see. Actually this is the tool. Autopsy this is one tool, and access data is one tool. So both the tools are very easy to use, not very complex at all. Both are free tools also, where we can just take one pen drive and we can put it in access data, and we can see, like if you delete a data also, it will show these are data is deleted on this date by this person. All that also we'll be able to get. Like not very big what to say tough job and all. Just as soon as you put the pen drive itself, it will give all the analysis of the history of the data. So that is digital forensics. Next is cyber security. Cyber security is also tool based. So whenever we are saying tool based, what it is doing is, instead of writing, let's say 5-line formula or a particular code and then executing. Already tools are built to execute certain commands, okay, for identifying certain functions. So same thing for digital forensic also, cybersecurity also. In cybersecurity, it's going to be more on network related, my MAC binding, my router, my Wi-Fi, the data I'm sending over email, the data I'm collecting over my browser, bank details, all that will come under my cybersecurity. Who all are accessing my system from outside to my server, from my server to outside, my employees, all these interfaces of different applications on different systems will come under cybersecurity. So here only we discussed about VAPT, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. That is the audit procedure we do on cybersecurity. So what is VAPT? You are trying to intrude into a system. Okay, you are trying to break and intrude into a system with the permission of the management. Okay, so you are trying to hack the system. That is the basic thing. So for hacking, you have different tools. Here, the famous tool is actually Kali Linux. Okay, for Windows-based system, we have Nessus. Nessus is the product which is used. Nessus is a paid tool. Kali Linux is a free tool. So both actually you can try using. So like, let's say you want to crack the password of Wi-Fi. Okay, there will be a tool which you have to run, set of commands which will come. So basis that commands, you have to stimulate the transaction to break the Wi-Fi password. So if you have encryption, you have controls, then you will not be able to break. So if you're not able to break, then it means you are giving a positive assurance that there are sufficient controls to ensure vulnerabilities are exploited. If you are able to break using the tool, then what you will do, you will give a observation, okay, saying that there is vulnerabilities which systems could be exploited for. Okay, so that is cybersecurity and methodology in which we execute cybersecurity assignments. Okay, so now I think we have 10-12 more minutes. With this, we are completing actually the areas of ISIT audit practices and different objective of each area. Briefly, we had seen what will be the objective with which we are approaching that area, and what will be the brief methodology or expectation of an auditor to execute that assignment. So we can take some Q&A now. I think we have some questions. I'll just go through the. Okay, we have. Yeah, we have first question. You said DISA is mandatory for all system audits for SEBI RBI. If someone has done CISA, do they have to do DISA also? See, actually, I mentioned DISA, CISA, CISSP. See, all three are accredited. So either of one, if we have, that is sufficient. So I meant like minimum requirement. Minimum requirement is DISA, which is given by CA Institute. CISA, if you have also, it is you can sign for RBI. So the advantage is CISA. For doing CISA, you need not be a CA. Anyone can do CISA or CISSP. But DISA, it's only a CA, chartered accountant, can do. So I mentioned DISA with specific mention because it is for our CA. Yeah. Yes. Next question we have: what kind of migration is Infosys IT portal development? Sir, I don't know whether they have done migration audit and all, but generally how they do large migration for portals or big databases is they will write SQL scripts. So I mentioned about this mapping of this design, right? Where old system and new system mapping, it is not possible. Like chart of accounts mapping, we discussed that it can be done in Excel. I can map manually this code to this code and see whether all the balances are transferred from one system to another system. But large applications, large system, they will write actually scripts. They will write migration scripts where in the script they will mention which field should be moved to which field, which data should be moved to which data. So like, let's say IT portal, for example, IT portal, my key field will be PAN for my customers, assessee management. For IT offices, their critical field could have been something else. So with PAN, they will tag different fields for which, then year wise, then ITR wise, then business wise, like that. They will write scripts to map this old data to new data. So if you want to audit such system migration, you have to re-evaluate scripts. Okay, you have to read the scripts and see whether the scripts are written correctly. And you can also execute these scripts in test environment and check whether it is working correctly. Maybe not for the whole data, because it will be like 5-day, 6-day exercise. So maybe for a smaller data, you can run this same script maybe for only 2 months data or something, and see whether the script is mapped correctly and whether it is moving, whether it is mapping data correctly and it is moving data in expected manner. So scripts, these are called SQL scripts or data migration scripts. So that will be used. So next we have one more question. While doing data migration, you said the controls can be checked directly in the DB itself, but we should know the program query command. So do we have to possess skill of coding person? What is your suggestion? So yeah, data migration audit, we need to know DB, like we can do directly in DB. As I told you, in Excel, how we are using Excel formulas, in Tally, how we are using shortcuts. Similarly, in database also, there will be some particular query that are required. So generally that only we say as SQL. They will say, no, auditor, if you know SQL, it's easy. Directly with data, we can audit and evaluate. So SQL is used in database. So different, but it will be very simple only. It will work like select and you have to give the field name. It will actually pull out the data and it will give you. So it's not like very tough, but yes, we need to know SQL query. Query is not programming. Query is like formulas. So Excel formulas is also a query only. Coding is different. Coding is you are developing something new. Okay, queries and formulas are you are pulling something from what is already there. Okay, structured query language is used for data extraction, data manipulation, even Excel formulas like that. You are using for processing the data, not for creating a product. Okay, so queries, yes, auditor should know if he is going to do any audit. I'll not say just database or migration audit. It's like how we learned Excel formulas for our audit. Similarly, we need to learn SQL if you want to do data migration audit. And I can say it is not tough. Okay, some 2 hours if you do some Googling and see some few YouTube videos, you will be able to actually get that hang of how the query is written. Okay, so next we have a question: how difficult is it to get the customer to cooperate to part access to his data in digital forensics? Yes, so in okay, see actually, okay, I'll answer the question one by one. So how difficult is to get the client give us data is, it depends on the acumen we have with the client. So if we are first time doing audit for the client, actually they will not have that much confidence in us to part with all their data. So first time, if they are satisfied with the way in which we are approached and all, from second time they will be open to give full access to us. But first time it is little tough only. So only we have to know alternate audit procedures. So if this type of data is there, this type of audit procedures we can do. If the different type of data is there, different type of audit procedure we have to do. So that little workaround and compensatory controls we need to know. But generally, if you are a management consultant for the client, they will be more open to share data than if we are a statutory auditor. So if we are a statutory audit client, if you try to do some other area and you ask for database access or application test environment access, they'll be very reluctant to give. I have faced a lot of clients, they will never give actually. I'll not say reluctant to give, they will never give. But if you are a management consultant, they'll be little more open to give. And second question of Giridhar sir is, in digital forensics, how to get the client to cooperate? If we take the question like that, in digital forensics, actually, sir, client will not cooperate because the fraud is he has only done. So digital forensic will start after we have confiscated his systems. Let's say if it is insolvent company, RP has taken over, they will take over all the assets. So those assets are available for evidence for us. So on that we can apply digital forensic techniques. Let's say it's an employee fraud. The employee has cheated the management and gone. So the management can seize that laptop and keep, on which we will apply digital forensic techniques. So generally, if before the fraud is established, we want to do digital forensics, it is not proper or it is not possible. So small things we can try. Like for example, the client is sending you some document, but you are doubting that whatever he sent is fraudulent or is modified the data. you can apply digital forensics on that data alone. Basis that red flag, further you can escalate. See, this I have found out like this. Can you, because of which I'm going to qualify the report or something like that, you can have, and then further investigate further. Only after reporting an investigation, forensics will start generally. So next we have what computer language, Mr. Jagannathan asks, what computer language or coding a CA needs for cyber security related. So actually for cyber security related work, we don't need coding. We need to know actually commands, Windows commands actually. So Windows commands is if you press Windows button and put CMD, I think command prompt will come. I forgot actually. It's Windows R CMD. We will just get this command prompt. So what this command prompt will do is, whatever we are writing here, it will go and pick data from the back end of the system. For this, I hope this is visible. Okay, command prompt will be like this. So this commands alone we should know. Actually, for cyber security, it will be like we should know the internal structure of how system communicates our data, how our data is converted into TCP protocol. It will have a header, footer, then how our data is saved at the back end as some, how our system is assigned to IP, what is static IP, what is dynamic IP, because the entire cybersecurity is about networking. How our system saves data, communicates data to a third party or third system or a network. So we require only Windows commands knowledge, sir, and working of a network, how a network operates and how the network can be utilized further. So that will be our basic requirement for doing cybersecurity engagements. So coding per se may not be required. Okay, in case of bank fraud, sir, actually, generally bank, sir, you are meaning two bank frauds are there actually. One is bank frauds where bank itself has committed the fraud. Other thing is we are defrauding the bank by not paying the money. So if we are defrauding the bank by not paying the money, we are auditing the customer of the bank, then actually digital forensics, we have to do it on the business or the systems used by the vendor. So there it is simpler, because already is a fraud, he is committed, he'll have cases which are filed, court cases that are filed. So it will be easy for us to get evidences. But if it is going to be banks that committed fraud, then it is like, then it will not come to generally audit firm. Mostly it is done by CBI and vigilance only. But still we can sometimes, rarely it comes to certain empaneled auditors for this trail establishment, reconstruction of evidences, evaluation of CBS and all. So there also we can use the similar or same audit procedures. Yes. So the questions which are there we have completed. Any other questions or doubts we can discuss? Otherwise, I think we have also reached our closing time. Yes. Any other questions? Thank you everyone for being wonderful participants and staying till the end. Yes, yes.
Is there any other questions, Selva? Okay. So on behalf of the SIRC, thank you, CA Deephika, for a wonderful session. I think 3 hours was flawless, and we had so many inputs, and especially the last part with respect to the digital forensics and data analytics. So many inputs we've got, and thank you for putting us to many of the tools which we have not known. Autopsy and those tools which you showed, I think those are all tools which is very, very relevant these days. And so many inputs from today's session. And thank you for a wonderful session. On behalf of SIRC, thank you once again for a wonderful session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you everyone for the opportunity, and thank you very much for your patience. Yes.